Alrighty, let's do this. W send with the raid. Thank you, thank you. How you doing today, love? And thank you for the 100 days. I know. Feels like it's been a lot, like a long time. Oh my goodness. There's drama on Twitter. Oh my goodness. At this point, I'm kind of surprised. There's never. It's a never-ending cycle. I feel tired because my medicine, but it has been a minute since I've streamed. I have been busy, busy, busy. Wait, what's going on with Sega? Final Fantasy 14 plugins, dev being dumb, and this dude grifting over here. What? Oh my lord. People are weird. How long do I got before the Destiny reset? Oh, I got like 25 minutes. I need to speed through. I technically need to speed through this. Let me see. All right. Okay, so Sega is doing a charity stream to celebrate Sonic's birthday. Okay, right. However, the hosts slash content creators are gonna be on all. It's gonna wait on it. All advocate for political violence and stuff. People have been blowing their shit up. Like they're ruling in favor of political violence. What the hell is going on? Ugh. I feel like thank you. What the yo? What is with people? Wait, compensation for agent non-gon skill issues. We fix an issue where after agents activated non-gons, Mindscape 2. Oh, no, this doesn't apply to me, but thank you for the free credits. Yeah, the free polys. Yeah, I don't even have. Well, that's crazy that they're. I don't know what in the world's going on with everybody lately. Like, it's just. I don't know. People have been getting super weird on stuff. I don't get it. We take those. Yes, sir. We do. We do. My boy saw the ZZZ line, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm in the stream now." Let me see. Let me do this reset. Oh, why did I do that? The coffee shop is like right there. Oh well. I don't think that's. I don't think that's how that works. You can't call somebody a pedophile just for liking somebody's design. Now, if you start to like fantasize it and stuff like that, that's when you start to get weird with stuff like that. Just because you like the design of a character, does it mean that it's like, oh, you're trying to advance on that character? I don't think people understand certain words. At least at least I've noticed that the same vocabulary that people throw around, they don't generally know what it actually means. Which is crazy because I mean, there's a simple search engine, right? A very famous one at that. I might even add starts with a G. Ends with an E. You know, it's I don't I don't know if they heard about it or anything, but there's this lovely thing, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. A lovely thing and a nice little tool and aid called Google. I, maybe you heard it before. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you still use Axe Jeeves. I don't know. But it's a thing. It's a thing. I'm just saying. You could just Google the definition of what it means, and that will eliminate the confusion on a lot of other things. And if you get confused again during the translation, you can use that same search engine to Google whatever you're confused about. But for some reason, people just like to throw around words, and then just like, this is what that means. No, that is not what that means by far. That is 100% not what that means. And the crazy thing is, I haven't even played Stellar Blade, and I already know who she is. That's just how famous she is at this point, or at least that's the idea behind it. What do I want to use? Let me actually go for W entrance. We'll just use two, and then we'll use one, and that should be the three for that. Oh, whoops! I'm using Grace without a weapon. I think she does have her weapon on. I don't think she has her weapon. I think that's what that is. Oh well, full sin. Oh, calm down there, bro. And it's really weird, like the fact that, and what's crazy to me is that people will go on the internet, right, and they'll think of it, type it out, and then they don't actually know what none of that means. That's what I'm saying. They don't know what any of it means. They just go out there and just like they just throw like you're like I mean you're right. They do throw around buzzwords, and it's just I don't know. I think that like at some point people just need to like understand that maybe you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And me, I don't get political on my streams or anything and stuff like that. Me, I leave it strictly to gaming. Gaming politics, maybe a little bit of anime politics. Yeah, that's fine. But worldly politics, that's where I try to stay out of it. Like, the only reason why I'm wearing like my military jacket is because I'm in the military. That's that's it, and it's got my name on it. So I mean, that's about it. Like, what was it? I was out helping out. I was working, and I came across a DoorDasher that was being racist to another soldier, right outside the base. I might add, right? And she ended up stealing her food and leaving. So we ended up like reporting her, and then like the people were confused because they was like, oh, why, or, why are you going so far to help out a soldier? I was like, dude, I'm in the military. They was like, what? I was like, it's not like my license plate says Army on the back of it. It's not like I'm wearing a jacket with a flag on it that has my name on it and unit affiliation. So they're just kind of like, okay, so they want me to use This is an interesting combination. Why do they want me to do that? People are fucking stupid, is what it is. Karina Alice. Oh, they got my girl Caesar in there. Oh yeah, we're running this. We're running this. I don't even care about the rest of the competition. We're running this. What was it? What was it? Valina, you, speak chat. There we go. That I saw Caesar. That was all I needed. I didn't need nothing else. I got 15 minutes to like rush through this whole thing and then try to quickly at least lock in a dungeon before Destiny reset. Hold on. I don't even think I'm on the right modifiers. I need to at least be at level 8 for this. What am I on? Oh, I'm on 9. Oh, that's overkill, brother. What was. Wait. Yeah, why am I on 9? What am I doing to myself? It has to be level 8, right? Level 8 and above. Yeah, what was I? What am I doing? Let me check these before we continue, because your boy was working overtime. Okay, there we go. Now, yeah, we're gonna continue with that. It must be my birthday because what's up, brother? Hey, we need to run some. We gotta run some Destiny stuff too. We gotta run some stuff on Destiny. We do. I don't know if they're going to keep the. I guess we'll find out in the next 23 minutes if they patch the stuff. Actually, let me do something. Let me actually go to Bungie right now see if the patch notes came out. That's what we're
Even
gonna
in
do.
the heat of battle, you mustn't forget your manners.
Because I need to do. Um, I was running Pantheon the other day, so that was also what we were doing. So I need to finish. I need to finish Pantheon, and I'm also trying to
Looks
run
like we're
the
missing a guest for our little tea party.
what's it called? The new exotic mission. I'm trying to. If you have that, I would like to do that one. I'm right now. I'm in the process of unlocking it. You're right. We've played. We've only played Destiny like a couple of times. I feel we've played more Monster Hunters together than Destiny. So I can understand that. Yeah, we've played more Monster Hunters than anything else.
Even in the heat of battle, you mustn't forget your manners.
But I mean, what is up with my mic? This thing here. Okay. Test. Okay, I think that's better. So, because the new
In the heat of battle,
DLC is going to be coming out what next year from Monster Hunters. So I started doing that part, but the I'm doing the stuff on the moon now. The actual running through. I messed it up by going to the actual white circles first and just collecting the little bodies or whatnot. And now I got to look up a video to figure out where the sigils are. You know what? What I'm valid. I think what I'm about to do, I'm gonna load into Destiny, and I'm gonna try to find someone that's doing the quest, and I'm just gonna hop in that. That's it. I'm just gonna jump in there and get the quest that way. I'll just skip all this
looks
stuff.
like we're missing a guest for our little tea party.
That's exactly what I'm probably about to do. We about to skip that whole thing. All right, let me add. Boom. There we go. YouTube side is there. I heard it was actually a really good quest,
Even in the heat of battle,
but
you mustn't forget your
we're all gonna
manners.
run Monster Hunters when it comes out. When it comes out, we're gonna run Monster Hunters. That is, we're definitely gonna do that. We're definitely gonna run that. I'm still waiting. I'm honestly still waiting for Square Enix to get back with me on my Final Fantasy
Looks
account
like we're missing a guest.
because I know you guys have been wanting me to play that one, and I kind of miss it. I kind of miss it. It's just I just didn't have the time to get back on it. That was really it. Like with all the BS that was happening with like my spouse or soon to be ex.
Even in the heat of battle, you mustn't forget your.
Like with everything that was going on with her, like it was just I just didn't have time to do anything. What is this? I don't know what this is. We're gonna do this one. No, we're not. Wait, we are. We're gonna do this one. But we're definitely gonna play it. Boom. There we go. How soon to be? That really, it really just depends on the court. Oh, you. Oh, Oh, we did. Oh, I don't think you know what was going on. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you missed quite a bit. You are, yeah, you are missing quite a bit. Yeah, I'm filing for a divorce. Yeah, that's a thing. That is a whole thing. It is a yes, yes. It is a whole thing. I'm telling you, like a lot has been happening in the background. A lot has been happening in the background. It's been crazy. It has been crazy. Yes, we are. I'm honestly just what I'm really just waiting for the court date, and then that's it. That's it. I've already filed the papers and everything. I'm waiting for all that stuff to come through and be good to go. Yep, I am. That is pretty much it. I am waiting. Hello, it looks like I missed a checkpoint too. So hold on. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna try to play and run you guys through it at the same time. Let me see if I can do this. Let's see if my ADHD can can work with me. Let me get some grab. Yeah. All right. So let me give you the tea. All right. So basically, oh man, it's gonna be this is gonna be interesting. So now we're gonna pay it. We're gonna throw in some key points. Now note the number of that sobriety. Right. It's 101. So we just hit 101 because that's my little counter. Um, basically, what was going on? The reason that happened between that was so for a little bit of context. Um, I feel like I've said this story so many times too, and it's crazy. So Oblivion music. Oh, so basically, what happened was is there was so we got married, right? Everything was fine, but shortly after getting married, I ended up getting deployed, which I was never supposed to go into deployment in the first part, right? And that was back in um 2021. 21. Yes. So it was 2021. Got married. Um, then eventually, I'm not using these characters correctly. Oh well, I'm gonna fuck it up, but we gonna get it right. So basically, what happened? We got married in 2021, and then shortly afterwards, she was pregnant, and then I was supposed to be going in for psyops training because I was supposed to be doing that. Which everything was going fine, everything was going great, but eventually my unit found out that I personally was not going on that deployment. So they decided to sabotage me in order to go on that deployment. So I ended up having to go on the whole deployment for like I was there for the whole Ukraine thing. So I was there for that. So I was originally supposed. I was going through my training, doing my psyop stuff. I was doing PT with the units and everything. We went in. I got my class date and everything. I was going forth. I was training. Now, it is completely unheard of a unit to pull a soldier from a completely different fort that's doing a completely different training and exercise and doing everything else. Like I'm not even in the same location.
You mustn't
So
forget
they ended up pulling me into the office, right? Because like I was helping out with also helping out with my wife because she got injured during her pregnancy and she ended up hurting her back. So instead of me going to PT at like 05 in the morning, I would sometimes be there to help her out because she was in pain. So, and I'm like I said, I'm being a first time husband and a first time father. I'm trying to make sure that she's okay and she's all good. So they excused me from going to PT, and I had been like that for about a month or so. And I periodically would do PT with them, but then the days that she would be injured, I wouldn't go to PT during the morning time, and then just show up to work regularly, which was fine. Nobody had an issue with that. However, in the background was a different issue that we didn't know that they were working against me because they found out that I wasn't going on this deployment. So then they decided to like try to find some reason to get me in trouble so that way I would go on that deployment. So later, like a couple of like a month or like about a month or so, they ended up pulling me into the office, and I go in there, and it's my my NCOIC, my first sergeant, and two of the other cadre members from the program that I was in. And they pulled me in, and I was confused. I was like, what in the world? Like, what are you guys doing here? And then they was like, sit down. So I sat down, and I was confused. I was like, did something happen? So I'm thinking something happened with my wife or something. No, that's not what it is. I came in, sat down the couch, and then they pretty much fucked me. It was pretty much casting couch. That's pretty much what it was. It was pretty much casting couch. I was just getting fucked. Uh, but I showed up, and they was like, "Hey, is this the guy that you want on your team?" No. Is this the guy that is like, is he reliable? No. And they was like, all right, cool. And they didn't even ask me any questions or anything. I was confused. I was like, bro, what the fuck is going on? And it was all right, no psyops, no BLC, and you're gonna be on the first flight to Germany and Poland. And I was like, bro, what the fuck is going on? So they was like, pack your shit, and we're leaving. And I was so confused. I was so confused as to what was going on. I was like, dude, what just happened? So they they illegally flagged me just so I would go on this rotation because once I actually, oh damn, oh my God, Valina,
Pressure is rising.
she's trying to make me pull for her. No, can't do it. But basically, what happened was they illegally flagged me and then basically said all these other things, right? And my wife was only like a couple of months like pregnant, so they put me on the first flight to Germany and Poland. And then once I got there in Europe, like once I got to like Frankfurt and stuff like, they dropped all charges. They dropped every single thing. Like nothing existed. So they dropped all the charges, and then that was it. That was pretty much it. They just needed to do something in order to get me out there on the deployment, and then that was how they did it. So I called them out about it because I was like, dude, y'all are fucking me right now. I was like, dude, y'all are messing. Y'all just fucked up my promotion. Not only that, you put me on a deployment that I was never supposed to be going on. You messed up my actual training cycle that was supposed to be for my promotion, also. And then on top of that, like you put me on the deployment, and I might miss my son's birth. So they were all aware of these things. So instead of them really caring, they were just like, it is what it is, sucks to suck. And I was like, dude, this is fucked up. So I filed a complaint against them. Like I went up through the ranks. Like I went through garrison and everything. I filed an IG complaint, and then they started to look into it and investigate it. And then they was like, okay, well, guys need to figure out something and give him back his promotion because there's no evidence for anything that y'all are charging him with. And they was like, okay. So they like that was a reason why they dropped it, because they had there was no supporting evidence for anything that they were accusing me of at all. So when they did that, because they had initially flagged me, and when you get flagged, it shows up on your profile and it resets your counter for your promotion. So I was supposed to get promoted, and because they put that wrong flag in there, it puts me at the bottom of the list now. So I had been a corporal since 2020, and I just got promoted to sergeant like 2 weeks ago. So it took 6 years for me to reach sergeant when I was promotable 6 years ago. You see what I'm saying? See how crazy that sounds? I should be a staff sergeant right now. I'm supposed to be a staff sergeant right now. That's the crazy part. And um, they they messed up that whole thing. So because of that, I was like going through so much stuff. And then while we were in Europe, I was going through that. I was battling against like my other like sergeants. Then we got a brand new captain that she didn't know shit about shit. So she basically used and abused me because I was good at my job, which was the main reason why I was on that deployment in the first place. Is because they didn't want me to train my soldier before I was going on my training, because I was like, hey, he needs to get trained up so that way he can be able to handle all the equipment once I'm gone, because I'm not going on this deployment. And they was like, okay, cool, we can do that. And then they never did that. So they ended up basically taking him and putting him on a different job. So he didn't do his job at all. And then he learned a job that he didn't really need to learn, like for security. And then that was pretty much it. Like, he just didn't learn his job. So then they basically just put me on the deployment to basically have me single-handedly work and work and work until I couldn't work anymore. Um, so while that was going on, they wanted me to go back to the board for the current promotion that I had already had in place. So, and it was like a whole other ordeal because I had to go to the board with the same dude that I was filing a case against, because he was supposed to get kicked out the army because he had did uh he was nine sexual assault, it was 9 cases. He had sexually assaulted and sexually harassed 9 soldiers, and we filed a case against him, and he was supposed to be getting kicked out the army. Instead, they didn't kick him out the army. They ended up demoting him 1 rank, putting him on extra duty, and then moving him to a different section, and then scattered the soldiers to the far winds, right? And that was what they called resolved. And I was like, bro, ain't no way. And then I got promoted initially because of that in 2020. So I was already a specialist at 2020, and then got promoted to corporal in 2020 because based off of that me helping them. So then when I was going to the board 6 months later to get promoted to sergeant, that never happened because they fucked up my counter. So I didn't get a chance to go. Like, I was already a corporal promotable to go into sergeant, and they decided to just hold me on my promotion entirely. So because they did that, I lost my promotable status and had to go back to the board. And I told them I wasn't going to do that. I was like, I'm not going to the board because y'all illegally flagged me. Y'all put me on a deployment that I was never supposed to be on. You fucked my job promotion, my job growth. You tried to blacklist me over some bullshit that should have not even been. It's against regulations. So I started going into the regulations. I was pulling them out for every single thing that I could find. And they eventually started moving pieces. They was like, oh shit, this dude knows his regs. So they started moving people around and shit because they were trying to keep it out of sight, out of mind. So while that was going on, I'm battling my entire unit because I was trying to be like, bro, you guys entirely screwed me. I was also like, hey, when am I getting my flight back home? Because my wife is pregnant. And also, I got orders for me to go to Korea. So they was like, you got orders to Korea? I was like, yes, you dumb fucks. There was no reason for me to be on this deployment because I have so much shit going on that I'm not gonna be able to focus on the mission. There was no point in me going there. I had PSYOPs training. My wife was pregnant. The birth of my son, and then we still had to go and get ready to go to Korea shortly afterwards. So they were kind of like, oh shit, like they didn't think about it. They was like, yeah, I think we really fucked them over by doing this stuff. So they were like, okay, we're gonna try to get you a flight. They didn't get me a flight until 5 days before my son's birth. So I had been there for like 7 months, 8 months in Germany. I ended up going against my entire unit that entire time that I was there. They messed up my promotions. Not only that, I ended up getting injured off of that deployment because I was quarantined because one of the guys in my unit ended up getting extremely sick, and he ended up getting me like some kind of like he gave me like COVID and some other shit that like made it feel like I was dying, and I had already was recovering from my collapsed lung at that time. So it hit me like a ton of bricks, and they put me in the quarantine bay. So instead of me just staying in the quarantine bay during the entire exercise while they were sitting there doing the missions, they broke me out of quarantine, sick, sent me out there to do the mission. And while I was still like halfway groggy and whatnot, my soldier that was supposed to be trading, he was sleep deprived and had been up for like 48 hours, and he was driving. So when he drove, we were in Germany and we drove off of a cliff. And then when we drove off the cliff, my seat broke and it flew up. I hit the roof and it hit the dash and then slammed right down on my tailbone. And then we slid down the mountain and hit a tree. So the Humvee was fucked, right? And then I was the only one that really got injured out of that. And I ended up, because of that, they went to go and check me out because I was like, hey guys, I need help walking because like I can't walk right now. So they got me out of the Humvee, took me to the medics in Germany, and then they checked me out. But they can only check you to some degree when you're rotated to on a deployment. Only permanent party is allowed to really get fully checked or like extreme emergency cases. So they checked me out and it was like, okay, it looks like you have a bruised sacrum. That's what they diagnosed it as, was a bruised sacrum. So it started off with a bruised sacrum, and then by the time we left, it was like, hey, it's not a bruised sacrum anymore. Like you, it looks like you might have herniated disc. And I was like, dude, what? So instead of them actually like doing anything about it, they were just like, once you get back to the States, you'll have to we'll have to get you in touch with like your medics and stuff like that. So they just pretty much just like gave me medicine to try to counteract it, which they really didn't give me anything. All they did was pretty much tell me to drink water, gave me a bunch of ibuprofen, and then told me to change my socks. And I was like, what does that do with anything? But that's the military for you. Although at least the army. So that happened. And then I ended up finally thinking that I was going to have a break, and nope, didn't. So when they took me out there to the field to basically work on the equipment and stuff like that, they kept me up for what was clocked at by my medics, between 96 and 97 hours up the entire time. So I had been up for 96, 97 hours. And while that was going on, they kept giving me energy drinks to keep working on the equipment because I was the only one qualified to work on the equipment. So I'm working on IT equipment, satellites, and all that other type of shit. And I was the only one qualified to work on it. Eventually, after working it, one of my soldiers blew out the fuse to our colorless stacks, which is like pretty much like almost equivalent. It's almost like a server, if you guys want, for simpler terms. So that got that blew up pretty much, and that means like pretty much our equipment was deadline. So they had us. I told them that it's deadline, and we're not going to be able to. Hold on, let me see. I think some of you guys are on a ad break. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what I could do. Yeah, dude. And the crazy thing is, my ads are at the low end of it, so it doesn't even do pre-rolling. Hold on, let me see something. What is? Oh shit! I get Twitch drops off of my own Twitch. Oh snap! Oh, look at that perks of streaming. Uh, Let me see. Where is the function? It's somewhere around here. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't even notice that. I just saw it. I see the little icon at the bottom of the thing, and it's like claim your rewards for playing Zenless Zone Zero, and I was like, what? I thought that I just thought I had to. I thought I just had to get the Twitch drops from other people. I didn't know I could do it. Let me see. Where is? I know I have. Yeah, because I thought it was just drops for watching from the stream itself, like actually watching the stream. I'm sorry. The- testing, testing. Okay, is that better? Okay. Good, good, very good. Oh my goodness. I thought I broke my mic for a second. Let me see. Where is? Where's this thing at? Where is it? Where is it? But all right, what was the last part you heard from the story? You said Korea. Okay, so we were supposed to basically what happened was I was supposed to. Yeah, so I was supposed to be we were supposed to be going to Korea. So what happened was they ended up breaking me out of quarantine and breaking me out of quarantine while we were in Germany, and I had got injured off of the the Humvee accident. And basically, what happened after that was, oh God. So I got injured. They basically said it was a bruised sacrum, and then which ended up turning out to end up being a oh shit, damn, they didn't kill her. Was which ended up turning being a pinched nerves and herniated disc. So what ended up happening with that was after they broke me on the quarantine and I got injured and they brought me back from the medics. They sent me right back out to the field, right? They sent me right back out there to the field to work on the equipment, and then I had ended up being up for what was clocked at 96 hours, or between 96 hours and 97 hours, and they had been giving me caffeine drinks the entire time. So I was clocking in over 2,000 milligrams of caffeine each day, because they would just keep pumping caffeine and caffeine. So my medics had to step in, and they was like, bro, he is just not doing good. He's been up for way too long. He's got way too much caffeine in his system. Like he's very irritable. He's extremely stressed out. Like they was like, oh, that's good. That's great, because this is what he needs to, get used to for, being deployed and stuff like that. As they're saying while they're sitting there, in a tent with air conditioning and all this other stuff, and got their phones and shit like that. But I'm like, bro, come on now, dog. But I was the only one working on the equipment. But the equipment ended up getting pretty much blown up or blown out, so we couldn't even use it. So they had to have. I had said, it was deadline and we can't use this equipment anymore. But instead of them listening to me, they didn't want to accept no as an answer. So then they ended up calling a civilian out there who was certified. He came out there and he looked at it and he was like, yeah, this is deadline. He was like, yeah, you need to listen to this guy. This guy is your guys is expert, right? And they was like, yeah. And he's like, he's telling you it's deadline. That means you guys can't use his equipment. Because what was going on was every time I would use the equipment and put in the configurations so that way we can basically talk to the other units, whenever we would turn it off and move to a different site, you had to manually put in every single thing that you had put in, which would take something that would literally have to be about 10 or 15 minutes to do. Every time we would jump to another site, it would cause it to be hours because you had to manually type in everything. Scripts wouldn't work, none of that stuff. You had to literally manually type everything in line by line, code by code. And they were upset at me because it was taking so long for them to get communications because they couldn't talk to XYZ or whatever. And I was like, we're not supposed to be using this equipment at all. It's dead. So they didn't want to listen to it. My captain, she was being a real bitch about it. She was like, because it was her first rotation with the unit, so she was trying to impress. The entire deployment was literally a dog and pony show. That's all it was. So I'm sleep deprived. I'm all on caffeine. It's like I'm just like, bro, I'm out of it. Eventually, I was like, dude, I was like, fuck this. I'm not working on this shit no more. I've been working on this shit for 4 days straight. I'm not doing this. I'm gonna go to sleep, right? So I was like, you guys can work on it. I'm gonna go lay down because we got 13 people and I'm the only one working on this shit. So I go to lay down, and then somebody from brigade comes by. Another sergeant from brigade was like, where's he at? And they went to go and look for me, and they opened up, like I was sleeping in the Humvee, and they woke me up, and they was like, hey, you need to go in there and work on that shit. And I was like, no, I'm not about to go and work on that. Like I've been up for way too long. I can't operate like this. And they was like, well, you guys can't sleep until your equipment is up and running. I was like, did you not fucking hear me? It's deadline. It's not going to work. They have already deemed it deadline. But it was like, well, go and make it work. I was like, how do you make equipment work that literally cannot function? That defeats the purpose. He was like, well, I guess you're not going to sleep. As this motherfucker decides to go to sleep, later on, he gets woken up and has to come back over there to where I'm at because they're yelling at him because our systems are not up. And we told them why they're not up. So me and him are arguing outside the tent where like the higher ups are at. And eventually this guy, and it's dark, right? It's dark at this time. It's nighttime. And this guy walks out the tent and he's like, hey, what's all the commotion and stuff like that? And I look over and I can't see, I only see the silhouette of the guy. And I'm just looking at him like, ignoring him. I look at him and I just go back to arguing with the sergeant. And then he gets upset that we're ignoring him. So then he's like, what the fuck are you guys, screaming about and all this other stuff. And I turned around, I was like, who the fuck are you? Like, and what the fuck do you want? So then he takes a flashlight and he points it at his chest and it shows 3 stars. So he was a 3-star general, and he was like, how about you render me that, that lovely and all powerful salute, Corporal? And I was like, who the fuck is this dude? I was like, no. I was like, no, sir, fuck you and I was like, fuck you and fuck everything else that y'all got going on. I started grilling this fucking dude. So I started laying into this dude, and my sergeant is stunned because he's like, bro, that's a 3-star general. He could end your career. I was laying into this dude for about good 5 fucking minutes. I was telling him how much of a piece of shit this operation was. That McDonald's runs more smoothly than this shit. And it was like I was literally like, I have more faith in McDonald's ice cream machine than I do this entire fucking unit. I literally was like, this operation is ass. You're a piece of shit for letting this operation go the way it is. You're over stressing shit that doesn't even need to be. I'm not even supposed to be out here. I literally went into the fact of like all the stuff that was going on, and then on top of that, I was pointing to it and I was like, I know you saw my fucking IG reports about this fucking unit, and you absolutely did not jack shit about this stuff. Like I'm just sitting there grilling him, and he's just sitting there, he's nodding his head, and he was like, you know what? You got fucking balls. So then he walks away and goes back into the tent. And then shortly after, I hear my sergeant major yelling for my name. And then my first sergeant walks out there and he's like, dude, what the fuck is going on? So he's like, dude, what's going on? And I told him what was going on. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Because I started grilling him, and he's like, dude, this is not you. He's like, you got to respect the rank. I was like, fuck this rank. I was like, fuck everybody in this goddamn unit, bro. I was like, I don't respect the rank. I respect the person, and none of y'all have earned my respect. Y'all all hold me to get me out here on some bullshit that I never should have even been out here on. Dog. You're literally fucking me, my promotion, and my fucking family. I don't trust none of y'all. And then I grilled him out because I was like, not to mention, your fucking soldiers stole my equipment, which also contained like my son's original ultrasound pictures. So those original ultrasound pictures of my son, I don't have anymore because his soldiers stole them and ransacked my equipment because they wanted my snacks that my wife was sending me. So they ransacked it and then lost my equipment. So I thought I had to pay my equipment back, but they counted it as a field loss and gave me that equipment back. But all the stuff that I had in there, I lost. Everything else, I lost. So I was like, bro, I was like, dude, I was like, I literally, because I was about to go over there and I was about to beat the shit out of every single last one of them. Like, I got into a fight with my sergeant while I was out there. I was about to fight his soldiers out there. I was about to fight the first sergeant. I was about to fight the general. Like, bro, it got bad. It got bad. So the entire time I was out there, I thought I was going to get court-martialed. Like, it was so bad out there. I was like, dude, my career is probably ending, but fuck it, bro. I was like, dude, y'all pissed me off. Like, if nobody knew my name in that unit, they knew, but before the end of that entire deployment, they knew exactly who I was. They was like, yo, Ken, that motherfucker there, he's like, I respect him. They was like, he's a hard dude. I got so much respect out there because of that. They was like, dude, we respect you. Like you put boots to ass out there. Because they was like, dude, they started naming me, like, they was like, he's the attack dog of the unit. I was about to destroy everybody out there. I didn't care about the rank or anything. It just got super bad. It was super toxic out there. And I was like, this is just ridiculous. So eventually the exercise concluded, and then we ended up going back to we were in Germany at the time, and then all of a sudden we were sitting there, and I was with our intel, and they were looking at the reports or whatnot, and they was like, the Ukraine just got attacked. And I was like, what? And it was like 3 a.m. in the morning, and I was like, so what do you want us to do about it? So they was like the Ukraine got attacked. So I was like, okay, what's going to happen? So we ended up waking like the sergeant major and the lieutenant colonel, and then they went ahead and started doing their preparations and stuff like that. So basically at that point, because we were near the area, we got the war funds. So they ended up buying like new weapons and guns and all this other stuff, equipment and stuff like that. And then once we used up all that money, they pulled us from Germany and sent us right back to Poland. And then they was like, "Yep, that's it." I was like, "So we're not going to go and help them out?" They was like, "No, they're not native, so we can't help them out. We can give them stuff, but we can't help them." So I was like, so that made the whole thing even worse because now I'm sitting there like, so what I'm hearing is not only did you bring me out here on a bullshit rotation, we're not helping nobody out here. So by that time, I was like, you know what, bro? I was like, send me back to Poland before I fight every single body on this and on this entire fob. Like, send me back before I fight everybody, because I was like, bro, like, you guys are really pissing me off. Because I was like, we did all of this for jack shit. Like I said, it was a dog and pony show. It was just to get us out there to do an exercise and then leave. That was it. Nothing else. Nothing else. I was like, y'all had me come out here to do absolutely nothing and to stress me the fuck out. That was your guys' motive, was to stress me out for what? For just to get on the general's good side. So eventually we ended up going back to Poland, and then like I get calls from like my wife and like the family. They're like, "Oh my god, we just heard that Ukraine got attacked and stuff like that. Are you guys okay? Are you guys are good and stuff like that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm chilling." It was like, "You're chilling? Like, aren't you in the area?" I was like, "We were in the area." He was like, "What are you doing now?" I was like, "Well, I'm sitting here." I was like, I'm sitting here at the mall right now. My unit's at the club." And they was like, "What?" He said, "Yeah, my unit is in the club right now. I'm at the mall." And it was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Yeah, they got attacked, and then we tactically retreated. We're not helping them out." And I was like, they was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Yeah." And they was like, "What was the point?" They literally said the same thing. They was like, "What was the point of you being out there?" I was like, it's been a long 8 months. I'm ready to go home." So I asked them again when I was leaving, and they couldn't give me an answer. So at that point, I was like, "Y'all got 3 fucking days to get back with me." I was like, "Y'all have 3 days. My son is about to be born in less in like in a week." So they ended up. I was like, "Y'all got 3 fucking days. If not, I'm leaving." And they was like, "You can't leave. That's AWOL." And I was like, "No, it's not. AWOL is the intention of me never coming back. I'm going back to the States to be with my family, and I'm going to be with our unit that's still back there in the States. So I'm not going anywhere besides going back to the unit like I'm supposed to." So y'all have 3 fucking days. Eventually they ended up getting me a flight, and I ended up making it about 5 days before my son was born. And I got back, and I got back to we were in Kansas at the time, so I got back to Kansas in a very fucked up like very fucked up state. Like my back was hurting. I was still trying to work through the caffeine and stuff like that. Like I was to the point to where I had so much caffeine in my body. I had chugged the bottle, like not a whole bottle of NyQuil, but quite a large amount of NyQuil, and that it literally combined the two together with the caffeine that was still in my system. And bro, I thought I was so fucking high off of that shit. I was like, dude, is this what it feels like to be high? Because the walls were like, though, yeah, bro, like the walls were speaking to me. Like the walls were talking to me. I was like, dude, I was just sitting there like this. I was like, bro, I'm so fucked up right now. I was like, dude, this is insane. Like the trees were breakdancing, the walls were talking to me. Like I was like, dude, I feel like I felt like this. If this is what being high feels like, this is unsurreal. Like it felt like an out of body experience. Everything was slowed down. I was like, I couldn't. I was tired, but I couldn't sleep. So I was like wired, but very sleepy. I was like, dude, I was in a state like of purgatory, true purgatory. And I was like, dude, there was nothing I could do to get out of it. And eventually they was like, all right, we're gonna have to sedate him so that way he can sleep. And they sedated me and let me sleep. And I was asleep for like 2 days. And then eventually they woke me up and was like, all right, we got your ticket, you can go home and all this other stuff. And I was like, fuck you guys, I'm out. Um so I ended up going back. Yeah, I ended up going back about like I said, 5 days before my son was born. And then um like I said, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking wild. So I ended up finally going back, and then I had talked to my wife, but she was in a weird spot because like she kind of resented me because I was deployed and she did the entire pregnancy by herself, and it wasn't my fault at all, right? So she was treating me weird because of that, and I was like, that's not really fair to me because I was deployed and I didn't, none of that, that's what I'm saying. None of that shit was my fault. So she kind of resented me for that. So I tried to work with her on that. And then like when I came back, I didn't immediately jump into like dad mode and stuff like that because I was always asking her like, hey, what do you need me to do and stuff like that because she did the courses and did the classes and stuff like that. All they did was give me a pamphlet on how to be a father. And I was like, dude, that's not the same thing. You did the classes and stuff like that. Nobody really properly trains to be a first time father like this. And I was like, and especially in the military, this is not the traditional way of going about this shit. So she kind of resented me for that, for not being able to fully jump into the role like she intended. And I was like, that's kind of not fair to me. Like, I don't know what you expected me to do. I'm doing the best that I can. I'm asking you what you need from me. And then instead of, you know, agreeing, right? Uh, so instead of agreeing with me and stuff like that, she just resented me for that, and her mom was pretty much on her side about it and stuff like that. And then because I was asking her what she needed, she felt like that was mothering behavior, that she had to tell me what she needed when I asked. I was like, because I didn't know what she needed because I was like, I've been gone for so long, and I'm a first time husband, and I'm a first time father. I'm asking you, what do you need? And my response was, I feel like I'm your mother because she had to tell me. And I was like, I'm asking you what to do. I'm asking you how I can help you. So I was like, that's a really fucked up way of looking at that, right? I was like, that's really weird. So then eventually she gives birth, everything goes well and stuff like that. She had like a tear, but then after that she was fine. We ended up going to Korea 3 months after. Yeah, that's what I said too. Like, you're gonna see a trend with this. You're gonna see a trend with that. You're gonna see a trend like communication. You already said it. Communication is mothering behavior, right? You're gonna see a trend. You're gonna see a nice little trend that certain words don't, like we were talking about earlier with Eve and the whole uh them saying that the whole Eve and pedophile thing. People just throwing buzzwords. That we're gonna get into that. A lot of that happens in this relationship, bro. A lot of that happens because apparently I've noticed that my wife doesn't understand certain words don't mean what they are. No. Hold on. Let me look at this. There's got to be a way. Let me see. I'm trying to find the ads. Is it content? Let me make sure Twitch isn't doing that dumb shit again. Wait, do y'all have an ad or are we good? Okay. Okay, okay. I thought I saw the ad warning pop up. I was like, dude, y'all just got free of ads. Yeah, I have that shit on. Yeah. How many minutes of video ads per hour? I have that at the 3 minutes. Like, I literally have it at the small one. No pre-roll ads. Pre-roll ads are fully disabled. Yeah. So we ended up going to Korea, and then when we were going to Korea, so this is the start of where things start to get even more fucky wucky, right? They told us before we went to Korea, do not bring your pet because it costs a hell of a lot of money to get the pet there, and it costs double to triple the amount to get that motherfucker back. Keep that in, keep that. Remember that. Remember that for right now in this story. Just remember that. To get him over there, it cost us. It cost us about between about $2,500 $3,000 to get him to Korea. That's important. That's important. Because remember what I just said. Twice to 3 times. All right. So I was like, hey, we don't got the money like that. We can't bring him. And she was like, no, I can't leave my baby. And then I was like, leave him, leave him with that's exactly what I said. I was like, leave him with your parents, because one, he knows your folks like that, and they can be able to take care of him better than we can in Korea, because if something happens into Korea, that's just it. And remember, I like I said, remember this now. I'm telling you guys this now. Remember this. So because of that, we ended up buying his ticket. We had to buy him a new kennel because there was a kennel requirement for him to go to Korea. He had to get 2 kennels. So he had to get 2 kennels, get all his shots and good, all his shots and stuff like that. And then we had to pay for him to get there. So they had to have like a giant size crate for him to get there, and then a smaller size crate for when he got to Korea. So he had to switch kennels on the way. So we did that and ended up having 2 kennels. We got there, got him there. It cost about $2,500 roughly to get him to Korea. We get to Korea, we settle down and all the other stuff. I get the place. We're all good for right now. Everything's fine. He's like a lab. He's like a lab. It's like a lab shepherd mix. He looks more lab than anything else. He looks almost like a black lab. But what happened was we got him there. He's fine, and everything's good. Everything's good for a little while, right? Everything's good for a while. We're chilling until it's like everything was good in Korea until it wasn't, right? Eventually, she starts getting homesick, and she's like, "Hey, I want to go back to the States and go visit the family." And I was like, "Bro, we just fucking got to Korea. Like, you're trying to go back to the States already to go visit your family?" I was like, "Dude, do you know how much money that is?" What the heck? So, oh my god, ads. Jesus. Okay, I'll pause for right now.
Forgive me. I won't budge, even one step. Behold, the most symmetrical swordplay. Yeah, riddled with flaws.
All right. So she ended up getting. She got homesick, and she wanted to pretty much go. And this was it within like a month of us being in Korea. She already she already wanted to go back to the States. And I told my unit, and they was like, they looked at me like I was crazy. First off, so like they literally looked at me like I was crazy and was telling me like, hey, like, that's don't advise it. It was like, we don't want to tell you guys what to do, but we don't advise you going back to the States because one, how much money it is, and two, like, you guys literally just got here. And I was like, oh, I'm aware. I was like, it's not me. I'm fine. It's her. She wants to go back. So she was upset that she couldn't go back after it was like it was going to cost us about $5,000 to get back to the States. And I was like, there's just no reason to like go back. So it was because it was about $2,000 per person to go back. I'm talking about even the baby, like even the baby was going to cost $2,000 just for the baby to be because he has to occupy a seat. So they was, even though we was like, well, can he just stay in her lap? They was like, it's still going to cost a seat in the event that you need to put him in a seat. So that happened. So we ended up not doing it at all because I was just like, that just doesn't make any sense. So she eventually understood it. So because we were going to be in Korea for the next 3 years, we were just going to be just chilling. So eventually she decided to get into a spending problem, right? So she just started overly spending. Like it got bad. So to put into context about how bad the spending was, I was still a corporal, because eventually they tried this. My new unit was trying to fix my rank and stuff because they went to go and look into it. They was like, how have you been in for this long and not been promoted to sergeant? They said you should be a sergeant, promotable, and getting looked at for your staff sergeant, and then just waiting for you to eventually pick up. And I was like, I'm tracking. So they was like, what happened? And I told them the story about what happened with my unit in Kansas and how they screwed me over in both Kansas and on that previous deployment. And it was like, what the fuck? So they ended up doing their own legal investigation, and they found out what was going on. They could see someone manually going in there and putting in the code, but they put in an identifier that doesn't let you know who it is. But I told them I knew exactly who it was. So they started doing an investigation on that one to try to see if they can try to get that one restricted and see if they can get my time back. They eventually fixed most of it, but they could not get my time back. So because of that, they was like, okay, let's try to at least pinpoint the guy that did it. The guy that did it, he ended up leaving the old unit that I was at and ended up now working at the Pentagon because that was his special assignment that he wanted. He had that tied in with like his contract and stuff like that. So he ended up working at the Pentagon, and it was like, there's no way we can, unfortunately, we can't reach him because of where he is at. And I was like, this little slimy bastard. So I pretty much just had to wait until I eventually picked up, and that was the difficult part. So while we were waiting, she was getting into a very spending problem because I only make about 43,000 a year, right? And then, but on paper it says we make around 88, about 88 and 90, about between 88 and 90,000 because of the numbers are inflated because of the benefits. So I only pocket like a little under half of that because of the benefits is where the other money goes into, like, so all the other stuff, because they get their medical and all the other stuff free. As long as I stay on active duty. So that's where the number came from. So she was spending on average between 4 to 6 grand per month, and there was only 2 adults and an infant and a dog. So if you do the math, the math ain't math, right? So yeah, 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 yeah. So we accumulated so much debt in Korea, which is crazy because we weren't paying any significant bills like that. We weren't paying for the place that we were staying because we were in Korea, so there was no housing allowance, and we were just getting money for living on base on Korea. Um, so we didn't have to pay for no utilities. We didn't have to pay for the place that we were staying at. The only thing that we had to pay for was the car note, groceries, phone bill, and the internet bill, and that's it. That was it. That was all the requirements that we needed to. That was all the only things we had to pay, and none of that equals up to $6,000. I promise you, none of that equals up to 6,000. So she was buying it on stuff for the house because she was like, well, if we're gonna be here for 3 years, I'm gonna make it lively. I'm gonna make it homely. And how big the place that we were at, it was almost like a one of those like not a studio apartment, but it's like one of those home apartment type complex things. Like it's in a complex building, and it was like uh two bedroom two bedroom I think it was 2 bedroom, no, 3 bedroom, one bath, or two bath. I think it was 1 bedroom, two bath. Well, 3 bedroom, two bath, and that was how big it was. So, and she was overly spending. I was like, hey, we don't have money like that. We can't be overly spending. And what she told me is because I said that, hey, we don't have it, we don't got it like that. We need to dial back our spending, and we need to be mindful of our spending. She told me that was controlling. And I was like, huh, being financially responsible and saying that we can't overspend when we don't have money like that is controlling. It's controlling. She said it was controlling behavior. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So it got worse, right? So it just kept getting worse because I was like, dude, are you serious right now? You're telling me that spend like me trying to save us money in a place that we could have easily saved so much money. That was the whole reason why I was like, hey, I was like, I wanted my family to come to Korea with me. One, they haven't been out the states. Two, I just came off of the deployment, and I didn't want to be like, okay, I've been gone for 8 months, get to see my son's birth, and then be gone for another year. I didn't want to do that, so I decided to extend my contract because I was supposed to get out. Right, I extended my contract because originally what it was supposed to be was I was supposed to go do my training, and if I were to stay in, I stay in for an additional year, and then probably go to Korea and then come back after a year. Because like when you go to Korea unaccompanied, you're only there for a year. But if you bring your family, it extends to 3 years. So I extended my contract so that way because I was easily supposed to get out, but I decided to extend my contract to have my family stay with me in Korea for 3 years. Because I was like, okay, we'll be there for 3 years. We're not paying any bills or anything like that or anything crazy. We can save so much money and we can get right back on top of everything. That didn't happen. We had accumulated so much debt. It was bad to the point to where I was like, I had got paid one day, and when I got paid, I didn't notice that I got paid. I got paid um, early. So what had happened was I guess it was falling on like a 4 day holiday, and there's a lot of holidays that overlap with the U.S. and the Korean holidays. So whenever we get some of the Korean, we get a lot of the Korean holidays, and they get a lot of the U.S. holidays. So we just had so many days off and stuff like that, and there was one time the payday fell on one of those 4 day holidays. So I got paid in advance, and I didn't know that. But I also had like staff duty, which is where you have to basically sit at a desk for 24 hours. So you're 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So I didn't know because I was at work. So I'm just sitting there at the desk for 24 hours, just pulling guard duty at a building that ain't mine, in a place that ain't mine, at a desk that's not mine, right? So I don't know who's actually which is still crazy to me because you got to pull duty in a place that you don't know who the fuck is in, who lives there. People scan their IDs, but the scanner didn't work. So I don't know if they actually lived in that building or not because guess what? I don't fucking live there. So it, it's a faulty it's a faulty system, right? It's a really bad system. Um, at least in that building, it was a really bad system because we would check their IDs and yeah, people could walk in, but I don't know if you fucking lived there. Um, which there was a case that one of my soldiers was being harassed because she dated this one dude and they broke up and he drove 2 hours from the base in Korea that he was at to where she was at and stalked her room when she wasn't there. So we ended up having to escort him out of the building because we was like, you're not supposed to be here. And my unit knew who he was, so they came and checked up on me and they was like, hey, we need you to come with us. I was like, what's going on? And they told me the situation as we were going to go get this dude. And I was like, what the fuck? And they was like, you didn't know he didn't live here? I was like, no, because the fucking scanner doesn't work. I don't live here. I was like, I was like, why did they keep putting people that don't live here on the roster? We don't know who lives here. He did the normal procedures like everybody else. He showed us his ID. He scanned the ID. We know it doesn't work. And he went upstairs. We see him on the camera that he's standing outside the door near an elevator on the phone. And we was like, okay, maybe he's just on the phone because he's sitting there on the phone. He's talking to somebody else trying to figure out if they can let him in the room so that way he can basically wait in the room when she gets there. So we eventually got the cops involved and escorted them out and all that other stuff because we was like, hey, you need to get the fuck out of here. So we ended up calling that soldier and was like, hey, do you know this dude? And she's like, yeah, that's my ex. And like, is he still on his base? He's like, no, he's outside your room. And she's like, Jesus Christ. I was like, yeah, we literally just like escorted him out the building and the cops coming to go get him. And she's just like, dude, she felt so embarrassed. And I was like, dude, this is crazy. So after we escorted him out and I get off of work, I go and check my account and I was like, okay, because I'm thinking like, okay, I need to go and pay the phone bill. So let me just make sure everything is ordered. I checked and I didn't get paid, or what it looked like I didn't get paid. So I was like, okay, well, when it went on Monday, or Tuesday when I go in, I'm gonna go and talk to finance. So I go and talk to finance and I'm like, hey, I didn't get paid or anything. And they was like, you got your money and stuff. I was like, no, I didn't. So we're having an argument back and forth. And I showed them like I didn't get paid. So then I got a call in that same instant. I got a call from my bank, and my bank was like, hey, is everything good? You guys are spending more than usual. And I was like, what do you mean? It was like, well, we see that you guys got we're spending a large amount of money. And that was when I started noticing she had been spending so much money because it was like, okay, we've only been in Korea for like a couple of months. So I was like, what the fuck? So I start looking at my statements and I start looking at the total. It was like 4,000 this month, 5,000, 6,000. And I was like, dude, I was like, what in the world? So I start scrolling back down to see when I last got paid. And I noticed I got paid early and she spent all the fucking money. And I was so embarrassed. I apologized to everybody in that building. I was the dudes. I was like, I'm so sorry. Apparently, I was like, we got paid early, and my wife spent all the money. And then my sergeant that was with me, he was like, oh shit. He was like, dude. He's like, are you good? I was like, dude, I'm so pissed off right now. I was like, I can't go home right now. I was like, you're gonna have to make up an excuse to keep me at work right now. You're gonna have to make up an excuse to keep me at work. So he let me stay at work for an additional hour to 2 hours to cool off. And then I went home and then I, was saying hello and stuff, all that stuff when I got to the house and stuff. And then I asked her, like, hey, I I got a call from the bank saying that, we're overspending. Like, do you know what happened to the money? And she was just like, so I can't. So I can't lock her card. Like, it is so restricting for the service member when it comes to those things. So the military has a lot of regulations, If I were to lock the card, I would get in trouble by the military for withholding funds from my spouse. And that was the topic that I had brought up. I brought it up to my unit. I was like, hey, she's overspending. I pulled out my bank statements and I showed them everything. I was like, I can't fucking stop her. She's not listening. She thinks it's controlling for me to tell her not to spend stuff. And they're like, what is she spending it on? I was like, she's going shopping on she's overly shopping on Amazon, and she's just buying everything that she finds cute or nice in Korea. And they're like, shit. And I was like, dude, I was like, what do you guys need me to do? So they was like, there's nothing that we can do on our end for her. However, you being the service member and the sponsor, you got to go take fucking classes now. And I was like, why do I got to go take classes for her negligence? They was like, that's just the rules. So I had to take all these finance classes, take all these, like I had to take like a financial class. I had to take like a home like loan class. I had to take all these fucking classes because she fucked up. So because of that, I had to do all those classes. And they said they couldn't make her do anything because she's a civilian. And I was like, dude, this is crazy. So eventually, not only that, her dog started getting sick. So then we had to start putting more money into the dog by paying off his medications because he kept getting his allergies. And then because he's very bad about, for some reason, the motherfucker's old as shit. And he waits until the family's gone and he starts destroying the house by digging in the trash and eating everything in the trash can. But then he gets sick from eating it. So then we got to keep getting medication. So then we had to start putting the trash cans and stuff like that and butter up because he would get on the counter and stuff like he would pull the stuff down to eat it out the trash and he would get sick. We would take him to the vet and the cycle repeated for months and months and months and months again. So a lot of money got pumped into this dog because her dog just does not that fucking trained. Like the motherfucker is like over 20 years old. He's damn near the same age as me. Like he's in his the motherfucker's in his 30s. And he's just getting into stuff. So every time he would get sick, we would have to take him to the vet, which cost money, and then it just rinse and repeat. Then there was like a point to where, yeah, no, mind you, she could have left the dog. So we ended up spending about, I'll save that part for later. So as we're going through this shit, right? Eventually, I'm trying to find alternate ways of trying to like get money, but because you're active duty, you can't go get a secondary job. So I picked back up my streaming to try to get back into streaming and stuff like that. And I was slowly getting a little bit more revenue and stuff like that from streaming. I was trying to work on the YouTube side, and I eventually started getting back into the Twitch side. Eventually, I didn't get into the Twitch side as heavy when I was in Korea. I ended up getting back into the Twitch side during my daughter's cancer situation because I was at home and I was stressed out and there was no way for me to focus. So I would stream on my off chances. And then that was actually how I made Twitch affiliate in a couple of months, was because I was streaming so much during that time frame that I made Twitch affiliate. But after that, but before that, we eventually I started getting more depressed and more I started my suicide ideation started coming back because the more I would start working, the more I would get heat from my wife because she was like, pretty much just being a piece of shit, pretty much. Like nothing I could do was right because I wasn't at the appointment. She just didn't think I was a fit partner for or father because I would always be at work and never be at the appointments. And then whenever I would be on the appointments, I'll be on my phone because I'm getting blown up by my unit because I'm missing so many appointments. Or because I'm missing so many do-outs or meetings, rather, missing so many important meetings at the unit, they would be blowing up my phone. Oh, why isn't he here? They're like, oh, he's taking care of family stuff. And he's like, they're always gone. So it was office politics coming into the household and the household stuff coming into the office politics. So the two kept feeding us and I was caught in the middle and I was like, dude, I'm so stressed out. So eventually I picked up drinking, which is ultimately not the right answer. So I eventually started drinking. It was like it happened so fast. It was what seemed like socially to me drinking every single day. And it wasn't just like small soju bottles. It was like full on blown out bottles, like 50, 60 like dollar bottles. And I was buying multiple within the weeks. So then I started becoming a problem because I would drink a full like $60 bottle in like a week. And then next week and so forth and so forth. And then I tried to stop. And then I eventually started to stop. And then because it became a habit, because I would talk to her while I was drunk, she fed into it and started buying me more alcohol because she was like, ooh, this is how I can get Ken to talk with me a lot more. So she used that as a crutch to basically have me talk more with her and be more open with her and stuff like that. And eventually there was a time where I opened up to her about like my feelings because I was still intoxicated, but I opened up my feelings about what was going on between the office politics and her. And then she basically told me, because I remember the conversation, she told me, because I had sobered up by that time. I was like, okay, I'm good. I had sobered up and I had told her like, hey, like I didn't like the way she was treating me and stuff like that. And the reason why I was drinking it was mainly because of the way she's making me feel and stuff like that, plus the stuff that was going on at work. And then what her words were was that my suicidism and my alcoholism is victimizing. After that, I was like, oh fuck no. I was like, I'm done. I was like, you pretty much told me that my suicide ideations and my alcoholism is being victimized through her. And I was like, yeah, bro. After that next day, I went to the court and I literally I was like, I skipped work. I skipped work. I didn't even tell nobody where I was going. I went straight went straight to the courthouse and I started like getting papers to file for a divorce while in Korea. I was like, I didn't tell nobody. I was like, okay. I was like, I literally told her, I was like, I'm fucking done with you. I was like, I can't trust you anymore. I will never open up to you ever again in my life. I was like, we're fucking done. The very next day, I go right to the court, and my unit's like, hey, where you guys, like, where you at? I was like, I'm at legal right now. And they was like, what you at legal for? Is something, everything good? I was like, oh, I'm filing for the divorce. And it was like, oh shit. They was like, whoa, 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 no, no, no. You said the mic. Is it good? Okay. I'll eventually have to replace this mic. Um, but what what ended up happening is like I literally told her like, oh, I can't trust her anymore. Um, I'm not. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, okay. Incoming ad in four. Wait, is it 4 minutes? Okay, so we got a little bit of time. Okay, we got a little bit of time. Um, so basically, I had told her that I didn't trust her anymore. I was like, I'm not about to deal with you anymore. I went up to the courthouse to go get the paperwork for the divorce, and my unit was like, hey, don't do anything crazy. We're on the way. So they eventually meet me up there as I'm getting the papers and stuff like that, and I started filling stuff out. And they was like, hey, let us talk to him before he makes a decision. He's going through a lot right now. So they was like, okay, but keep in mind that you can't tell him what to do because it's a legal binding agreement. And they was like, okay. So we talked outside and stuff like that. And there was pretty much the conversation was pretty much it's cheaper to keep her. And I was like, I was like, dude, it was never about the money. It's about the principle. And I was literally was like, I laid into them like everything that's going on. I was like, dude, I wouldn't. I was like, as much as I love my son, I will not stay in this relationship for the sole purpose of my child. I will. We can split apart and we can still do the joint custody thing. I do not need to be here with her in order to make that happen. And they was like, okay. It was like, but all right, just let it die down. We'll try to see if we could talk to her. We'll try to get you guys some resources and stuff like that, and we'll see what happens. So eventually, um, because like a little bit before that, right? She was going through her postpartum depression, and I was trying to help her out through that because she ended up throwing that in my face. So I was trying to help her out with it, but I couldn't help her out because I was like, well, I don't know what I can do for you. So I'm male and I don't understand what you're going through because I'm not a woman and you're going through such a change that I don't know. So what I can do for you is, since I don't know how to actually help out, I'm going to reach out to my unit, try to see if they can get me in touch with any of the all women's groups, or try to get me some additional resources to also help you out. And then also I started reaching out to some of my friends that were also females and like, hey, can you help me out? I don't understand this to the extent that you guys to the extent that you guys do. Can you please give me some advice and feedback and stuff like that? So then they started trying to help her out and stuff like that, but she was upset that I wasn't the person helping her out, and then told people that I abandoned her during her postpartum depression. And I was like, that is inaccurate. What it was is I couldn't help you to the capacity that you needed me to help you out with, and I decided that I needed to grab some additional help to help you out, to get you what you need, and you told me that I abandoned you. So there was just a lot of bullshit just being thrown out, and it just did not make sense at all. And I was, get out of here. But that was going on, and I was like, dude, like, are you serious right now? Because I was like, out of everything that I was trying to do to help her out, she still basically made it seem like I was the bad guy out of this. And I was just like, this. I was like, this is ridiculous. I literally was like, this is. There's like, I literally was like, there's just no. I was like, there's just no way out of any of like this situation as a whole. There's just no way for me to get out of this. Like to I it just felt like I was just stuck in my own personal hell, and there was nothing that I could do to help out. Every time I would try to help her out, it was always an issue. It was always a problem. Every time I tried to do something to work with her, she would never compromise. She would claim it's compromising, but she would never compromise. It would just be like my way or the highway type deal. And I was like, that's not a compromise.
Even in the heat of battle, you mustn't forget your manners.
Yeah, that was pretty much, that was like pretty much it. So then like it got to the point to where it started to become toxic at that point. Like, well, it was already toxic at that point before, and then I was just like, at this point, I was just like, you know what, fuck it, bro. I'm not even gonna even worry about you anymore. So eventually we started like falling apart. Um, so ever since that I mentioned the whole divorce situation, um, she's just been like on edge right that right, and then me, like I was just like minding on my own business. I was like, I'm just chilling. So this is what she decided to do, right? She decides to go through my phone, and then she basically just starts like scrolling through like different chats and stuff like that I have with everybody, and she nitpicked one person in particular, one of my friends, and she was like, "Oh my God, you're cheating on me," and stuff like that, because I'm very flirtatious with all of my homies, every single last one of them, right? So she nitpicks one person in particular, and I was like, "What?" She's like, "Oh, you're cheating on me," and stuff. I was like, "No, I'm not. This is just how we talk to each other." And I literally showed her, proceeded to open, I literally go scroll through and show her all the other chats. I was like, look at all these. They're the same thing. I do it with the boys. I was like, I get more in detail with the guys. I was like, because the boys, we get graphic over here. And she was like, it's not the same. I was like, how is it not the same? I'm pansexual. I was like, it's completely the same. I was like, if you're gonna do that to one person, you need to do that to everybody. So then she tried to tell everybody that I was cheating on her, but it wasn't. But then the same group of people that she was claiming, they all said that she also engaged in these type of conversations with them also. So then I was like, you have no ground to stand on. You engaged in these conversations with us. You're in these same group chats. It's not our fault that you don't pay attention to our group chats. She was like, because like, well, I'm telling you, we say all like, and Like, listen, we say all types of out of pocket stuff. The same stuff that we used to say to each other, like in middle school and high school and stuff like that. That's the same thing. And she joined in on that stuff. And then because I was divorcing her, she tried to basically spin the divorce around because of that. And I was like, dude, you're crazy. So then eventually she kind of like dropped it a while after a while and tried to reconcile. We tried to we reconciled. First reconcile. We reconciled 3 times. I just want to point this out. And this is year 2 of the marriage. I just want to put it. That's year 2. Year 2 of marriage. That's and we've been together for 5 years. That's year 2.
Even in the heat of battle, you mustn't forget. Oh,
All right, hold on. Pee break.
looks like we're missing a guest for our little tea party. Looks like we're missing a guest for our little tea party. Looks like we're missing a guest for our little tea party. Even in the heat of battle, you mustn't forget your manners. Looks like we're missing a guest for our little tea party. Even in the heat of battle, you mustn't forget your manners. Even in the heat of battle, you mustn't forget your manners.
Alrighty.
Looks like we're missing a guest for our little tea party.
So so what I was saying was she tried to. So when I we so basically, what since I had initially tried to file the divorce or whatnot, she tried to spin the divorce back on me because what happened was just like I was filing for the divorce and everything, and then she basically was like, you know what, this is not. I'm trying to figure out what she was trying to do, but basically I was like, hey, we're getting a divorce. So like you know how remember how like we used to how like flirtatious all like how me and the group are like right, Alyssa. So that was the entire thing. What's this? Reduce all health. So she's in the same group with all of us as well, and she's even timed it. She's even chimed in on a lot of these conversations. She's been in on a lot of these conversations, and you know how explicit the group the group can get. Like we can get down and dirty. So and that's pretty much like how the group is. That's just how we greet each other. We're just downright degenerates, right? So and there's always people in that group that are like that. Like we have like I'm talking we got like D1 degenerates like they're down bad. I'm talking about we they used to get crazy. So and the thing is like I told her about that when we started dating, right? Oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah, I didn't even say it. Tell you about that. When we were dating, she got defensive, because I didn't want to have anything to do with her ex, and she didn't know how to block her ex at the time. So I had to basically stop that relationship because he was stalking her, and I got her out of that relationship. And then she tried to keep me in a conversation with her by trying to keep me from leaving because uh, I was like, I don't want to. Like, I just didn't want to talk about it. So she tried to like, she grabbed my arm and I snatched my arm back and I was like, don't ever put your fucking hands on me ever again. That's like, no matter what happens, we don't put our hands on each other. That's not a thing. That we are not doing that. So that happened um, when we were dating. But her ex like was extremely like very very stockish, and I it got to the point where I was like, dude, like you don't know me, but my boy, I will put you on a t-shirt. Like like I will really put you. I will literally put you on a t-shirt. You come around here, you're gone. You're gone. And he thought I was playing, and I was like, go ahead. I will literally drop you my location. I will literally drop you my location. You go ahead, pull up. I want you to pull up. So eventually he decides to just chicken out and just not bother me at all, and then leave her alone. And then that was like pretty much the end of it. Like he kept stalking her for a little bit until I finally blocked him on all sites. Made I used her phone to block her on all social medias and stuff like that. But that was like the only case. So fast forward now to the whole divorce situation. This is the first divorce and the first recollection, right? We went ahead, and I was like, okay, we can try to work this thing out or whatever. So she tries to spin the divorce back on me because she goes through like our group chats and stuff like that, and she starts nitpicking stuff from out of the group chats, and she's like, "Oh my God, you're cheating on me," and I was like, "Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?" And she pulls out one of my female friends. She's like, "Oh my God, you're cheating on me because of this, that, and the third." And I was like, "No, no, I'm not. That's literally how me and our group talk to each other. That's just how we greet each other." And I literally proceeded like to show her all the other additional group chats that she just conveniently skips over. Like, yo, it's like you went to the very bottom of some shit that just didn't make any sense. I was like, look at all these other chats. I was like, I was like, I get more graphic with the guys, and Alyssa can tell you, like, we get graphic. And I'm talking about we get down, like I said, we get down and dirty on this stuff. And I was like, and I told her about this stuff when we were dating, so she already knew about this stuff, and she was already introduced to that stuff as we were dating. So it wasn't new to her. She was just trying to spin the idea of the divorce on me to make it seem like I was in like that, make it seem like I was in the wrong or something like that. So she starts screenshotting some of the the stuff we were saying in the group chat, and then starts showing it to her family and says like, oh my god, he's cheating on me and all that stuff. I want to file for a divorce and stuff like that. And I was like, that's not what fucking happened. And I was like, let me show you guys what happened. And I proceeded to like, you see what bro, I said the same thing. I was like, dude, I was like, yo, I was like, because I was like, how am I was like, I literally asked her, I was like, make it make sense. Why would I have all my stuff open? You have the password to my phone. Why would I openly try to like it didn't I was like, why like if I was cheating on you, wouldn't I have tried to hide all this stuff? Wouldn't I have been trying to like keep it locked or something like that? I was like, bro, it's all right here. Like, it's all right here. I literally looked at. I was like, bro, look at this. I literally went through every single one of my group chats, and I was like, look, I do it with them. I scrolled through. I was like, if you're gonna do that to one person, you need to do that to everybody. And I told you, it was like, if you had a problem with it, all you had to do was talk to me about it, and we can bring it down to a minimum. That was it. She was like, it's different when you guys talk about it, but it's like it's not the same when it's in text form. I was like, yes, because in text form you can't really gauge the tone of voice in text. But I was like, we told you that we do the same thing. I was like, we do the same thing in group chats and all that other stuff. Like my brother will sit there and he'll sit there. We'll say some really crazy stuff on that, and they'll look at us like, what the fuck? I was like, no, that's just how we are though. And then like I said, Alyssa, she'll tell you like in the group like we like I said we go like we go way back, but like our group is just like day one degenerates, and we say the most crazy stuff that technically should get us canceled. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a Rule 34 meets 4chan group chat, and it's just like that shit is just like, whoa, what the fuck are you guys on, kind of things. And that's just the nature of our friendship, because that like most of us met like that. So we just that's just how we greet. Like that's literally just how we greet each other. But she tried to spin that whole thing on me, and eventually she dropped it. You know what I'm saying? Like she eventually dropped it, and then because there was nothing, she couldn't. Don't ask me how. So she eventually dropped it, but because she didn't really have anything to go on for it. And I was like, dude, you're crazy, bro. Like I was like, dude. So it took us a minute to actually try to figure stuff out. Eventually, but she was already pregnant at the time, and then we had the second child. So we were trying to like figure stuff out and everything else. We're trying to work together, because I was like, okay, she's pregnant. So I was like, we're trying to work stuff out, and we're trying to get everything in order. So eventually we kind of worked things out for a little bit, but she still was overspending, and then, the stress was still getting bad. I was still drinking. And then eventually my daughter end up being born, and then things start to slow down for a little bit. So we're like, okay, cool. Maybe things slow down. So then 4 months after my daughter was born, that was when we found out that she was diagnosed with her cancer. And then we also found out in that same instant that she was pregnant also, because we didn't expect to have a third kid, but apparently, like I said, drink responsibly, kids. Alcohol is the thing. So I didn't even know she was pregnant, because I was so fucking drunk. I was tore up, and I remember what happened after going back and revisiting the memories of it, because what happened was it's crazy. What happened is one of my buddies, he's a contractor that worked with us, and it was his birthday party, and he decided to invite us out to Seoul in Korea, and we went out there, and we were literally drinking from 8 until 6 a.m. in the morning. Because when I got there, I was like, okay, cool. There's, he's sitting at a table. There's a couple of people, but there was so many bottles. So I was like, okay, we're just gonna be, drinking here at this one spot. All right, cool. We're chilling, and we had left our son with our neighbor for that weekend, because we were invited to the party, so that was fine. And what ended up happening is a lot of people didn't show up to the party until later on. They didn't show up until like midnight. So for that first 4 hours, we had to get rid of all those bottles because he had already paid for them. And if we don't take them with us, you know, it's going to be a waste. And you can't in the way how Korea is, you can't just walk around with like seven and eight bottles down the street. They're not going to let you do all that. So we had to drink all of that stuff before we left that one club. So it was mainly me and him drinking that entire time. And I'm not a lightweight. So we drunk so much, and then we had to move to a additional spot, and we drunk there. So we ended up going to he had it planned. He had plans for 3 different locations, and I was like, dude, what the fuck? I was like, dude, I'm about to be so fucked up. I was like, dude, this is the most I've ever drank in my entire life. I was like, dude, this is crazy. I'm talking about we drunk literally from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. And then next thing you know, boom, she's pregnant. it was because of that one instant. It was because of that one instant. And I was like, dude, because like when she told me, she was like, "Ta-da, I'm pregnant," and I was like, 3. I was like, holy shit. I was like, dude, I was like, I have 3. I was like, 3 kids now. I was like, I'm getting a vasectomy. That's exactly what it was. I was like, I'm getting snipped, brother. I was like, dude, I'm getting snipped, brother. I'm getting snipped. You are absolutely right. 10 hours of straight drinking is ridiculous. Ridiculous, dude. It was raps after that because I didn't know because I was so confused because we hadn't did anything for a very long time because it was like because we were still in a weird spot with each other because of the whole divorce situation and stuff like that. And then we was like, okay, they're offering like a date night, so I was like, okay, let's go out for this date night and like we're going to Seoul. We didn't expect it was going. We didn't know it was going to be like us drinking for the next like 10 hours. We did not plan for that. I was like, dude, this is not what I expected. So that was it. That was how my third and final child got here was because of a very crazy night of drinking. And I was like, dude, because that was wild. So eventually the whole thing with my daughter happened with her chemo, or not chemo, her brain tumor. So she was diagnosed at 4 months, and then it got heavier because it was like only one parent could see her at the time because of her diagnosis. So my wife was ultimately the one that was going to be able to see her, and I wasn't able to see her. So then because I felt useless, I couldn't do anything. I started drinking more, not as heavy, but I still was drinking to pretty much trying to get my mind off of stuff. And then because I felt like I couldn't do anything, eventually my unit decided to be like, hey, don't come to work because you got stuff going on, and they understood it. And the guys that was helping me through my drinking was my same fire team on Destiny. They were my Destiny fire team as well. So they were like not one we were all leaders in the unit, and they were also my fire team. So they were the first ones to catch that, hey, he doesn't drink, but hey, he's picked up drinking, and it's a very bad habit. So we kind of kept it in the group. We didn't let the unit know that I had a drinking problem. They was like, hey, whenever you drink, let us know. We're gonna be there with you. That way, nothing happens. That was all right, cool. And then whenever they would be drinking, I would be their designated driver because I was their designated driver for my drinking problems. And then I still became the designated driver. And then there would be times where they'd be like, hey, yeah, we're going to go out and drink. And I was like, all right, cool. And I would drive them out there to the location, and they would go ahead and quickly get fucked up or get a couple of drinks in their system. And they were like, we got you. You can't drink now because you're the driver. And I was like, fuck.
So they would do that to counteract it, and I was like, well, you got me, you got me. So they would wait. I would have to wait until I got home to drink, and then they would do it that way. They was like they would trap me, but they were like I said, they were cool peoples. They were cool peoples. I still talk with them and stuff like that. We just got through talking for the Destiny 2 final patch. Um, so we were talking to each other about that. But I mean, they're cool people. So we kept the whole drinking problem in the fire team. So only those in the fire team knew it. Um, Other than that, and I'm talking about like the guys that were doing, like, they weren't like just like regular sergeants and stuff like that. The guy that was also with it, he was my first sergeant, so he was like the top line. Um, he was the top line that was like, we report to him if something happens. So he was there with us, so he knew I had the problem, but he didn't want to put anything on writing and stuff like that. He just wanted to make sure his boy was taken care of. So he's a good dude. Um, and he was making sure like I was taking care of and stuff like that. And he was helping us out through the whole divorce situation and the cancer situation. And I still update them about my daughter's situation, which she is doing a lot better now. She's hit like extreme milestones. She's about to be start walking. She could start walking at any moment now. So she can start walking at any moment now. She's just a sweetheart. Every time she sees me, she just gives me hugs and kisses as much as possible. And she just sits there and she talks my ear off. I love her. But she's moving around. She knows how to climb up stuff and climb down stuff. She's using complete sentences and full sentences. She's just trying to keep her balance when trying to walk and stuff like that. So she's getting there. Um, but during that whole cancer situation, it got weird because like we had to go back to the States. We ended up leaving from Korea, uh, back back to the States, which we ended up having to go to Washington for her treatment. However, the person that did my trip back, because my wife she left, like her and the kids, they left first to go. But it was me and the dog. But the person that did the transfer didn't do it correctly, and the dog ended up being stranded in Korea for about a good six months. So we had to keep paying to keep him in a boarding facility while he was still stranded in Korea because the lady that did my flight fucked up his flight and he couldn't leave Korea. So we had to find a way to try to get him out of Korea, which we ended up spending nearly like we ended up spending 8 grand getting him out of Korea. So we ended up spending almost a total of, I want to say like 22 grand on the dog alone in the time that we were in Korea. Just him getting there, all his appointments and his medication, and then finally getting him out of Korea with the documentations and everything else. We ended up spending like almost 22 grand. It was roughly 22 grand. Brother, yes. And I had to repair my car to get my car uh out of Korea because my car ended up breaking down. So I had to spend an additional three to 4 grand just getting my car fixed up so I can get it out of Korea. So that there was, yeah, you know what I'm saying. So that money that she was spending all those months, that I needed that money to fix my car. So I eventually fixed my car, and then we ended up getting everybody and all of our stuff out of Korea. But I'm talking about, dude, like I said, it that 2 to 3 times, it was about almost 9,000 for to get him out of Korea. But it took like 2,500 to get him into Korea. And they told us that before we even left the States. They was like, hey, be mindful. You bring him, it's going to be a really, like, it's going to be a lot of money to get him out of Korea. And I was like, dude, we can't take him. We can't afford this. We can't afford this. But sure enough, She didn't listen, and then boom, spent all that money. And then um, we eventually, what was it? After we got to Washington, everybody was being weird because like my daughter almost passed during that time that she was there. She only had like a month to live, and people were being like weird about it and stuff like that. And they kept trying to like force me to take pictures, which I didn't want to take pictures at all and stuff like that because I was like, dude, I'm literally holding my daughter and she's unresponsive, and y'all are putting a camera in my face, and it was like a weird situation. Like everybody was at each other's throats because like I didn't want to hang with the family. I just want to basically see my daughter, and then that was pretty much it. And then because we were going through our second, our we were still going through the divorce because we put the divorce on pause because of the stuff that was going on with um my daughter. And then we got into an argument, and I was like, dude, the divorce is back on. That was the second time, and then when that was it, uh, I told her we can reconcile. The only way we will be able to reconcile is if she goes to therapy with me. So she agreed to go into therapy with me and reconciling. She agreed to this. Remember this. We reconciled twice already. Remember that. Remember that. We reconciled twice already. And she agreed. Remember that, right? So she was upset that during our divorce stage that I didn't choose her because of the stuff that was going on. I told her that no, I didn't choose her because we were already still going on getting a divorce, and that we had chose to put it to the side for our daughter. That has nothing to do with me and you being like lovey-dovey, because for some reason she thought I was going to choose her after all the shit that she put me through, because like she would be nasty to me, like she would be literally, she would talk shit to me, then I would talk shit to her. So it got to the point to where whenever she would just sit there and dog me out, I would dog her out, because I was like, dude, I'm not taking this shit no more. I'm not doing that. You can either like, you want me to be nice, I'm gonna be nice to you. You want to be mean, I'm gonna be mean to you. I'm not the type of person to be spiteful to the point to where it's like I'm just gonna actively lash out against you. You have to have come at me on some dumb shit or some fuck shit, and then I'm coming at you now. And that's I was like, I match your energy. So other than that, that was it. So every time she would get in, she would bring the argument to a 10. I'm at a 10 with you. I'm not about to sit there and try to always be the bigger person more. That shit gets tiring. And the fact is, we would have arguments for literally, I promise you, it'd be 12-hour arguments, bro. And then whenever I would try to leave the arguments, she would never let me leave. Like, she would never let me leave the argument. She was the type of person to keep on arguing about the same subject day in and day out. Oh, is it ads? Oh, we got a minute and a half. So she would be the type of person to argue day in and day out about those things. Oh, I definitely felt that one. All right, ads.
shall be drawn by me.
All right. So yeah, she was like, they didn't understand that I was there for my daughter and not really there for the the relationship anymore because we were splitting, and it was like the second time we were actually going through with this whole back and forth, and I was like, dude, I just can't keep doing this. Like,
Run into trouble?
so
All will soon be
what ended up happening is like I told her like, hey, if we're gonna reconcile, um, that we have to do therapy. That's the only way that I'm going to do this, and she agreed to that. So we ended up doing therapy. But the thing is, I had been doing therapy since I was in. I had been in therapy since I was in Korea. So, and she had a referral
shall be disciplined.
for it while in Korea. She just never used it. That was the thing. She never used it.
The wind scatters the past.
So she had a year referral that she could go in for therapy, and she didn't. She ended up not going into therapy. So she just claimed that she just did not want to do it because she doesn't like talking to people in that capacity. Which I understand it, but at the same time, we have all these issues that what we got going on. Something needs to happen. So I'm going through therapy. She's not going through therapy because she just makes it seem like she just didn't need it. And then she kept saying that she has, what's it? She said that she's never done anything disrespectful to me, at all. And I was like, dude, you're smoking piss. I was like, if you think that you've done absolutely nothing to me, like you've not done anything or you've never disrespected me, I will block you right now. So she took it back, but she didn't apologize. So I'm just like, you. So she has a very bad thing with just not apologizing. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, ah, like I just don't. I just don't. I just So yeah, pig man, bro. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So, cause like what she ended up doing was basically she ended up taking the offer of the therapy of going to therapy, and she starts going to therapy and stuff like that. She did like one or two therapy sessions, and I'm still waiting for us to do our couples therapy. So then we do our couples therapy, and it's basically her therapist. And what ended up happening was we went to do the therapy, and then they started talking, and they basically, it was a one-sided thing. It was a one-sided conversation. Before it was the conversation was decided before I even showed up, right? They were basically saying pretty much to be more present as a father and to pretty much just quit streaming because there's like the gaming is just not just should not be pretty much just should not exist, and that they were pretty much just saying like the only way to get out of the situation that we were in was to just be more present as a father and raise the family. And I was like, dude, that is not even remotely what's happening. I was like, dude, I told him, I was like, you guys aren't even going to talk about. I was like, you guys aren't even going to try to talk about the suicidism, the alcoholism, the the abuse, the harassment. We're not going to talk about the toxicity, the financial irresponsibilities and stuff like that. And I was like, I laid all that stuff out, and he ignored it. He ignored all of that and was pretty much just like, well, I mean, we understand that. However, I think it's more important to be more present as a father, and just do what you got to do to to be to be a parent. And I was like, that's when I sat there and I was like, it makes sense. This was never about doing couples therapy. It was about her getting someone else to say what she wanted and double down on it. And I was like, you know what? You're right. You're right. I'll do it. I was like, you're right. I will be more present as a father. I'll quit streaming. I'll delete my channel and everything else today, and we can work on this stuff today. And then they both got quiet and they looked at each other because they gave each other that look like, oh, I think we fucked up. They gave each other that I think we fucked up. I think we lost them, because at that point she was kind of like, uh-oh. So we leave the therapy office, and I was like, I will never again do therapy with you ever again, because I was like, that was damn right disrespectful. You invited me to do therapy with you, and it was literally you and your therapist double teaming me on some shit that didn't even align with anything we needed to do. It was what you wanted to be said through your therapist. She's like, I think you're just upset that someone else told you what you needed to hear. I was like, no, absolutely not. You're telling me your therapist is outlining discussion is me raising the family and ignoring the financial irresponsibilities, the alcoholism, the suicidism, and you're pretty much the joy baiting that you're doing. None of that matters, but raising the family is what's going to save everything. I was like, how fucking dare you? I was like, I've never again, bro. Never again. So I reported it. I reported the therapist. Like I talked to my therapist about it, and she reported that therapist. She was like, because she said the same thing. She's like, therapists aren't supposed to take sides, and even looking at that stance is 100% wrong. She said what she did was she got another therapist that co-signed what she wanted and did not listen to anything that you said, because none of that stuff that he said has anything to do with the underlying issue that is causing your relationship to have issues. None of, like, if it, you can raise the family without having to be married. She was like, you don't have to be in the relationship to raise the family. Y'all can both have different households and raise a family. He didn't even listen to what you said about the alcoholism, the suicidism, her overly spending, and then being the one that's blaming when she's ultimately contributing to the overlying issue. And I said, that makes sense to me. So she was like, yep, I'll report this guy. And so after that, we didn't see eye to eye for quite some time. Quite some time. I was like, dude, there's no way. There's just no way you decided that this was how this was gonna go down. Like you literally thought that you could just come right in here, say the stuff that you want to say, and then it was gonna be okie dokie. I was all right, bet. So I didn't talk to her for I want to say 3 days. She eventually called my brother and was like, hey, I think we lost him. Because like I was literally quitting streaming during that time frame. I had packed up all my stuff. I put it in a box. I put that box inside the garage. I was getting ready to like get rid of like all my stuff. I was moved. That same day that we came back, I moved all that stuff. I was like, I moved my PlayStation out. I put my PlayStation up. I packed up my PC. I packed up everything, brother. And I was like, okay, we're gonna do this. And then she was like, no, you don't have to do that. You can stream. I was like, why would you want me to stream now? Why you want me to stream now? Out of everything that you did, you didn't want me to stream in Korea. You didn't want me to stream in Washington. You didn't want me to stream here in Florida. Now all of a sudden, you want me to stream now because things aren't seen eye to eye with me, you, and your therapist. And I'm giving you what you wanted. Y'all said that was what we needed to do, was to be more present as a father and for me to raise a family. And that's going to fix every single thing that we got going on. And then she was just, she didn't say anything. So it's like, so unless you're going to admit that you were wrong, I don't want to talk about anything else. Because it doesn't matter what I think, because you didn't listen to me. So she called my brother and had my brother come talk to me about the stuff, because he was kind of like, what's going on? And I explained to him what was going on, and he was like, she's 100% in the wrong. He was just like, she's dead wrong, and that therapist is dead wrong. It was like, there's no way you're telling me you guys went to talk to a therapist, and he backed you up into a corner in a one-sided debate with no fundamentals to anything you had going on. I was like, no, that's 100% what happened. I was like, I'm telling you, that's 100% what happened. Nothing that he did, nothing that happened was supposed to happen that way. So with that being said, I was like, I literally was getting ready to quit and stuff like that. And then we had a conversation, because she was trying to ask me why, like, because we had a conversation before that didn't make sense. She didn't understand that the passing of my brothers still hurts. You know what I'm saying? Like, as if it wasn't supposed to. It was like they passed away and it's been, years. Like, she didn't understand why I would still grieve that. And I was like, are you serious? So I was like, have you lost anybody? So I don't think she also understands that aspect. Because I was like, dude, you're telling me that you don't understand somebody grieving the loss of a loved one to the extent that they do. And I was like, dude, it wasn't like a simple loss. I lost 3 people in the span of 2 months back to back. I was like, dude, does that not make sense to you? And I was like, so it was like it all happened so rapidly, so fast. And I was like, you're telling me that you don't understand why I would grieve them like that, even years after that they're gone? And I was like, dude, I was like, I was like, she's. That's what I said too. I was like, I don't see how. I was like, even if you haven't really lost somebody like that, you should be able to understand that someone that's always been in your life on a daily, it's not now. It's gone, and the only way you have to talk to them is going to go talk to a stone that's on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Or look up at the sky whenever you're depressed. I was like, it shouldn't be that hard of a concept, bro. It should not be that hard of a concept. Even if you haven't lost anyone, you know that someone you cared about is no longer with you. And I was like, how do you not understand that type of stuff? But I was like, you know what, bro? That you got so much stuff that you're just not paying attention to. I'm not surprised that you don't understand it. And I was like, dude, I was like, okay, you're just not the person I need to be talking to about a lot of things. I was like, I don't, and that was when I started realizing there was so much going on that I was like, dude, I don't even know what I can and cannot talk to you about, because you have so much. You have shown me there is so much that I can't talk to you about. There's really no point in continuing to even be together at this point. So we did our last. It was our last reconcile, right? It was the last one. I was like this. I was like, okay, because we ended up moving, because I ended up getting out of the Army, and that was in October. So now we're fast forwarding to more currently. So last October, I got out, and I was like, I'm finally done. I'm done with the Army. I got out of active duty. But then, because of my daughter's therapies and stuff like that, I ended up enlisting into the reserves the very next day. So I was like, okay, let me go ahead and do this now. So I got out. We signed the contract, and then I did a year for the reserves. While I was doing the year for the reserves, I was trying to figure out life and then trying to figure out what I want to do moving forward. And I was going to drill actively. I was going to work and stuff like that. And um I was also going to school during that time frame because I was like, hey, we need the money. So I ended up going to a tech school or a telecommunications school and doing that to get extra money by using our GI Bill. So I was doing that, and the money that we had was going to the household and stuff like that. So that way we had money for the bills and then stuff from also from the from drill. So we had the drill money coming in, and then we had the stuff coming from the school. So while I was doing that, she was at pretty much just just at home, and then she eventually started door dashing. But the thing is with that was like she still kept spending large amounts of money. She still kept spending a lot of money, and I was like, dude, like we can't do that. We're in no position. So again, still not following the same trend. She's not listening to me. And then I was like, dude, I'm not doing this. So I told her, I was like, I'm actively not going to find a job because you're not listening. So that was when I got out the army and I did the reserves, and I was like, I'm actively just not going to find a job. If you need money, we need money. You're going to go have to work at this point. So I stayed home. I watched the kids. And she went to go and work while I did everything. I cooked, I cleaned, I took care of the kids, and did all that stuff while she was gone. And the only thing she had to do was just take the kids to the appointment, because the only reason why she would always actively take the kids to the appointment is because she didn't trust me to take the kids to the appointment. So whenever we would try to take any of the kids to the appointment, she would have to always be there. I could never take the kids by myself because she just didn't trust me to take the kids by myself. And then even when I said that, that's a wild statement, and that at some point you're gonna have to let me take the kids to the appointment, so that way, in case you're working, I gotta take the kids to their appointment. She was like, "Well, if that's the case, we'll just reschedule it." And I was like, "Bro, what are you on?" I was like, "Bro, what are you on? You're telling me that I'm not allowed to just take the kids she won't let me take the kids on any appointment." I was like, you told me that the financial stuff is controlling. This is controlling. That's controlling. And I was like, dude, you're crazy. Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, it's bad. It's just awful. So eventually I was like, dude, you know what, whatever. So I told her, like, hey, I'm trying to reconcile with you, but if this relationship does not work, it's because of you. It's like, I was like, I want you to know. So she agreed to reconcile without actually reconciling. So she didn't have any plan on moving forward with the relationship or anything, right? So we ended up having an argument, which was the final argument before that was a nail in the coffin. So we were chilling, watching Harry Potter with our oldest, and then she was falling asleep after the movie. So I went ahead, got my son ready for bed, and he ended up going to sleep. And then she was sleeping on the couch, and I told her, like, hey, I'm a stream, so just go to the bed and then go to sleep. And she was like, I'm not sleeping, I'm just resting my eyes. And we all know what that means. She's gonna fucking fall asleep. So it's like, dude, just the room is literally 3 feet away. Just go sleep in the room. I'm not about to stream with you sleeping on the couch. That's weird. I was like, that's weird. Like me streaming, you just slumped on the back of the, like, just slumped on the back of the couch and stuff like that. I'm not about to do that. That's weird. And I was like, one, it's weird. Two, you don't know what kind of weirdos are online also, and I'm not about to. And then like, three, I have headphones in, and so I can't always hear how loud I am on the actual mic or in person for that matter, because I have pretty decent noise canceling headphones. So I don't know how loud I am. So instead of respecting that, she was like, hey, I'm just gonna like you can go ahead and stream. So I didn't stream. So I waited for an hour, and then I woke her up an hour later. Like, hey, you fell asleep for an hour. Yo, go ahead and go to the room because I would like to stream. And she's like, you can, it's okay, you could stream. You know, I'm not going to say anything. If I have a problem, I'll say something. I was like, that's the problem. I don't want you to say anything when you could just go to the room and go to sleep. You're going to sleep anyways. Just go to bed. So she didn't listen. She went to sleep on the couch, and then I left. So I left, took my medicine, which makes me fall asleep because I take about 5 different antidepressants, and they knock me out, bro. They knock me out. Which is kind of why I seem like I'm droggy right now and tired. It's because the medication it's a lot of medication. So I end up like going to sleep, and I heard a noise in the kitchen, and I come out. Yep, you're 100% right. So I go into the kitchen, I hear a noise, and she's standing in the kitchen in the dark, and she looks at me, and I'm looking at her, and we're just staring at each other, and she's like, why didn't you stream? And I'm sitting like, bruh. I was like, I knew this was gonna come. I knew this was gonna happen. I was like, I knew. And I was like, I didn't stream because of you. And then she decides to go off on me. She starts calling me a piece of shit and all this other stuff, and saying I was gonna blame her for not streaming and stuff like that. She was like, you're gonna get angry at me because you didn't stream, and saying that I'm just not a good father and all that other stuff. And I was like, dude, where the fuck is this coming from? And I was like, the only reason why I get mad when I don't stream is because I stream at midnight, and then for some reason every time I stream, you somehow come out of nowhere to mess up a stream at midnight when everybody should be asleep. You guys shouldn't even be in the stream. Every time I would queue up, like, you can go back to my more recent older streams, and you can see that I'll queue up the stream and I start doing it, and then shortly after going live, I immediately gotta go do something because she either needs help with something, or I need to go and help out with my son, which somehow is still awake at midnight. Which our agreement was that she, get him to bed, and I go, I go and I do my stream, and I stream for a little while, and I was like, bro. And then because she thinks that I just be streaming and I don't do anything, but I'll be like, dude, I'm literally documented online that I'll be streaming, and I get up from the streams to go and check on my son, or my son will wake up and he'll come in on the streams, and he'll sometimes sleep in my arm, and then I take him back to the room when he's asleep, or I pause the stream to go make sure he's good, or I'll end the stream early to go make sure he's taken care of, and then do it that way. And I was like, dude, there's been so many instances where I have done that, and I was like, dude, it's on camera that it's not he wakes up. Because she makes it seem like, he doesn't he doesn't get up as often. I was like, dude, he used to get up all the time, and I would have to go and check on him. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say. And it was always on clockwork, because he was always wake up between like the 2 to 3 mark, and then he would wake up again, and or I would have to go and help, go and check on like my daughter because like her feed needs to be continued, or I would just go and check. Like, I would literally do that during the nighttime. And then her reasoning for not doing it during the night is because I'm already awake and I do it. She literally was like, because I do it, she doesn't need to do it. However, whenever I'm doing the stuff during the night that she doesn't do, and then I'm up during the day with her and doing the stuff that we both do, but then she's mad at me whenever I sleep a little bit during the midday, because I'll be up until like 7 or 8 in the morning, and then I'll sleep until like maybe noon or 1 o'clock, and then I'm up. And she gets mad at me that she's with the kids by herself for a couple of hours. And I'm like, dude, She'll tell people like, oh, he sleep all day. There was only like 1 or 2 times that I slept all day, and it was only because I was trying to get used to the medication that I'm on. I'm still not used to the medication that I'm on because it's strong. It's strong. That's no there's no other way around it. It's strong. And that like I take all those medications when I go to sleep. So I'm knocked out, bro. What I mean by I'm gone, I'm gone. It's literally antidepressants that will put me to sleep in like 20 minutes. Like that's it. There's nothing I can do. There was one time I took I want to say there's a stream that I still have the VOD somewhere around here where I was gaming and I passed out in the middle of the stream because of my medicine. I didn't even know that was the side effect of it, but I was gaming and I was boom. I was slumped, brother. I was slumped. I want to say it was during that prophecy saga thing. The little. I want to say it was during the prophecy. I was doing I want to say I was doing the prophecy dungeon for the prophecy of the 9 weapons, and I want to say that was it. I feel like that was where it was, but I didn't know how strong. Yeah, right of the 9. That. And I didn't know that medication was that strong at the time because I was like, okay, take it. But it kicked in so fast, I didn't even know I would sleep. I woke up and I was still on camera. And I was like, dude, how long have I been out? And I was like, dog, I have been out for a good like hour or so. I was like, dude, I was like, yeah, I gotta end the stream, guys. I was like, I didn't know that medicine hit me like that. And then I went to sleep and I slept for a lot longer. And she was upset that I had slept all night because slept all day because she was like, oh, you've been up streaming. I was like, no, I fell asleep during the stream because of my medicine. And then she got mad at me because I was medicated. And I was like, dude, I get in trouble by the military if I don't take my medication. I can't not take it. I can get fined or put in jail for not taking my medication. Believe it or not, you can literally get arrested for not taking your medication in the military. You can get arrested for a lot of dumb stuff that like a lot of stuff that people normally don't do as civilians. You can get in trouble for, or a lot of things that civilians do, you'll get in trouble for. And I'm just like, dude, that's wild to me that she made it seem like I purposely I'm trying to remember how I did it, but last time I did it, I used my Twitch funds that I had to give subs. I'm trying to see if I can do it again. I think I have like $25 on Twitch. Yeah. But the thing is I can't control who it gets gifted to. But oh, I see the ads. I see it 30 seconds. But yeah, bro, like she genuinely got mad at me because of that. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. So she basically tried to make it seem like I was a bad father because I'd be asleep during the day sometimes, or sometimes whenever my son would be asleep and then I would fall asleep and then he would wake up early while we're both asleep and he would get into stuff. Okay, let's see ads. Alrighty, welcome back. So she would genuinely get mad because the medication would put me to sleep when it wouldn't be like when it wouldn't be my fault. Oh yeah, it tells me that like I finally got me one of those little timers, whatnot from Moobot. So Moobot kind of tells me which is the reason why now I know where the ads are, because like Twitch doesn't normally tell me that there's an ad break for you guys, so I had to like play around with the settings and have Moobot put in the chat now, like, hey, an ad will be popping up. It gives you guys a warning, and it does a countdown for me now. So now I can actually see whenever the ads pop up. I can actually time it around with you guys, so that way I can be like, okay, cool, I need to not continue. It took me a minute. I had to like play around with the settings, so now I can actually see when the ads will pop up. So now all of us know. So it'll pop up in the chat when there's ads, because normally Twitch will give me like, I'll have me allowed to skip 3 ads for you guys, but for some reason, yeah, no wasting your breath for no good. Yeah, brother. So she genuinely got mad at me because the medication would put me to sleep, and I was still trying to get used to it. That she would be upset that I would be asleep around I'd be asleep, and then my son would wake up, and then proceed to get extremely heated that I couldn't see that he was awake when I was knocked out, bro. I was like, dude, he wakes up during our nap, and I'm asleep too. So like he would get into stuff, but I mean, like, he never got into any of his allergies or stuff sorry. He would never get into his allergies. He would get into like maybe a couple, like some of his snacks and stuff like that, but he would never get into anything he was allergic to. But nonetheless, she tried to blame it on me because I was medicated. She was like, "Oh, he's not watching the kids and stuff like that. He'll be asleep." And I'm like, "Dude, that's not even fair. I'm literally medicated, and I get in trouble if I don't take my medications by the army. I literally will get in trouble. I can get fined or arrested for not taking my own medications in the military. The stuff that you guys can get away with as a civilian, we'll get in trouble for hardcore in the army." And I was like, that's not fair to me. So I was like, you literally gonna penalize me on something that I have no control over? She's like, "Oh, you need to take your medications early." I was like, "Do you understand?" I was like, it's different for you to say something when you're not taking them. I could take my medicine at 8 p.m. and I will still feel it at 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning, sometimes the evening. Because there's like one particular one that lingers throughout the day, and I still feel tired. Like the other ones, they'll put me to sleep, they'll all put me to sleep in like that 20-minute time frame. But there's only like one in particular that I still just feel the effects long after I've woken up, and it will still trail throughout the entire day. And they just reduced the dosage on it. What was it, a couple of days ago? Last Friday, they just reduced that one's dosage because they was like, I would say, hey, I still feel this shit way throughout the day. Like I feel like an out of body experience. Like I feel like I'm on cloud 9. Like I'm not here. And they're like, but I'm sleepy. And they was like, okay, we'll reduce it. It's still gonna do the same side effect, but not as heavy. But yeah, she blamed me for not streaming. So she's calling me all these type of stuff out my name and stuff like that. And I was like, bro, I'm not doing this shit no more. I said, I'm done, dog. I'm done. And that was before I did that one stream where I was driving from Washington to Tampa. That was that stream. That was that one stream because I was driving all the way from Washington State to literally to Tampa, Florida. And then I was like, dude, this is the longest drive ever. And then I did that one stream where I was driving from Tampa to Pensacola because I was like, dude, that was the stream where I was splitting from my wife because we had that argument. Literally, we had an argument about stream, and I was like streaming, and I was like, dude, I'm not doing this with you anymore. I was like, I'm leaving here today, and I'm not coming back until I get those papers. So that same day, we went to the court. I the court house, got the paperwork, and we came back, and we were filing the paperwork at the house. And what the conversation was, hey, just so we're in agreement, we're doing joint custody and no alimony, correct? And she said, as long as you can assure me that you're not up all night playing video games and, staying up. And I was like, hey, respectfully and by law, you cannot legally tell me what I can and cannot do in my household unless it is detrimental to my health or the kids' health. And she's like, well, you need to ensure me that the kids are going to be safe. And I was like, of course the kids are going to be safe. That's my job. And she was like, but I was just saying that you can't legally tell me what to do in my household unless it's endangering to myself or the kids. And she's like, well, based off of that, if that's going to be the case, then no, I'm going to file for full custody. And I was like, dude, it's literally by law. And I was like, you're being vindictive. And she's like, I'm really not. And I was like, that's literally the example of vindictive. It's not really. And I literally pulled it up on Google, and Google even said that that's a firm, definitive example of vindication or being vindictive. I was like, dude, I can't make this shit up. I was like, do you even know what the word means? You're gonna argue about a word that you don't even know what it means. So I was like, all right, well, there's no point in me staying here. I was like, there's no point in me staying. She's like, okay, well, fine, go get a U-Haul. So I take some money, go get a U-Haul, pack up all my shit, and I leave. I left that same day. So then she tells me that I didn't need to take money for a U-Haul. I could have just let my mom come all the way up here to Tampa, and then we drive together. So you want me to waste my mom's fucking money to pack all my shit into her car and my car, and we drive back down the state? No. I was like, I'm not doing that. That's not a thing. We're not doing that. That's crazy that you thought that's what we were going to do. So I did that drive and made it, and then that's where I'm currently at now. Is I'm staying with my mom right now until something happens, like either the VA stuff happens, so that way I can probably apply for housing, or if I get a good job to where I can actually be able to get like housing and stuff like that. So until that time being, I'm dashing. I just started door dashing. So at first I wasn't going to do it because there's been a lot of racial outbursts that's been going on in the area, and like groups targeting minorities. So I haven't been dashing for that reason alone, which, like I explained earlier, there was that one dasher that was literally heckling one of the soldiers and then stole her food. Yeah, he is a night owl. So the thing is like, it's not even really it wasn't really a bungee job. It was the content creation program that I'm with. So I'm literally one of the the Bungie content creators, and we have like our own. We actually do have an ND, like I have an NDA with them, and they from time to time they give us events and stuff like that for us to have more Bungie and player community engagement. And then when you win these competitions, they kind of like give you stuff, like they'll do gifted tier subs, or they'll give you prizes to give back to your community and stuff. And then I was doing a lot of those, which was it was working for a while, and I should have doubled down on it because like I won one of the competitions, and I got that 50 gifted subs from them, but I it went to waste because I didn't stream like that because I had so much going on. So I mean, it is what it is. I didn't stream the way that I needed to because I had so much stuff going on. So fast forward, currently I have my wife blocked. I literally have her blocked because we had a conversation which she told me that she should have left me while I was injured off of my deployment when I had when I was like, because I had told her I wanted a divorce, but then told her that we was reconciled, and then when I actually got fully diagnosed with my um herniated disc, she's told me that she wanted to leave me while I was still actively going through my herniated disc. And I was like, that's fucking wild that you say that. And then she tells me that she never reconciled with me, that I reconciled with her. And I was like, you're smoking piss. Because that is not how reconciling works. One person doesn't simply reconcile. And I was like, that your logic does not make any sense whatsoever. You're telling me you reconciled for 3 years and got 3 kids. And then and I was like, that doesn't make sense. She was like, and she told me the only reason why she reconciled is because she feared for her life. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. I was like, I've never threatened you. She's like, yes, you did. You told me that you were going to kill me. And I was like, no, I didn't. I told you I was going to kill your dog because your dog almost cost me my promotion. Because when I was at the academy to get promoted to sergeant, what that academy has fake grass, right? And it's literally fake grass. It's literally plastic grass. So it's not meant for the dogs to go on there and pee and poop on it. So I was like, hey, take him out. Don't let him pee and poop in there, because she was bringing me clothes and stuff like that, because I'm not allowed to leave the campus area because that's just their rules. Even though I could drive, they told me I'm not allowed to leave. So she brings the dog there for whatever fucking reason. She brings him, gets him out, and then he proceeds to get ready to like pee and poop on the grass. I was like, no, don't let him pee and poop on the grass. Take him outside the gate, because they're very particular about their grass here within the campus. Just take him off the gate, take him outside the gate right here, which was literally not that far of a walk. She was literally right next to it. Take him outside and have him pee and poop, and then clean it up, and then boom, that's it. You're good. She disregarded that. She literally disregarded it and decided to have him pee and poop on the grass in the area that me and my unit form up at for morning PT. And then I literally was like, I'm going to fucking kill this. I was like, I'm going to fucking kill this dog. And then she started to tell everyone that I threatened her, when I literally said that, no, I threatened her dog, not her. So now she's got her whole family's thinking that I'm just some crazy dude. And I was like, dude, she's fucking wild. And then I had a conversation with my mom, because I told her, like, hey, mom, for my safety, she's got to go. So she proceeded to lie and told me that the conversation that I had with my mom was the conversation she had with my mom. And my mom was like, no, that is not accurate. She was like, Ken had that conversation with me. I've never had that conversation with his wife. And I was like, so not only do you not remember how any of this stuff works, you also are lying through your teeth about a conversation you never had with my mom. I was like, you're crazy. You're wild, bro. You're wild. So I literally told her, I was like, you know what? Because she was like, yeah, I only stayed because I feared for my life. And I was like, dog, you're something else. So you're telling me you stayed for 3 additional years, got 3 additional kids, because you feared for your life. That makes fucking sense. That makes perfect sense. That, I don't know why I didn't see the logic before. It didn't make fucking sense before. It makes sense now. It all clicks together. So what I decided to do was, like, you know what? I was like, you're toxic. And I was like, you know what? Lose my number. And I blocked. I was like, lose my number. If you need anything, contact my mom. My mom will get it to me, and we're going to do it that way. And I blocked her. She's been blocked since then. I've not unblocked her. And then everything that she needs to talk to me about, she goes directly to my mom. And she's been wanting to talk to my mom about the situation of her being blocked. And I was like, there's nothing to talk about. My mom was like, she wants to talk to me about the situation. I was like, there's nothing to talk about. She said that her life was, she was in danger. I did her a favor. I was like, that it doesn't make sense. Why would you actively keep trying to talk to the person that you keep saying that you're fearing your life for? And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Why would you stay for an additional 3 years? And then not only that, how does one person reconcile in a relationship? That's not a fucking thing. It's not a thing. So I mean, I filed. So now I have the divorce filed. The paperwork is getting finalized, and now I'm just waiting for the court date. I'm literally waiting for the court date, and she's still actively trying to file for full custody, and she does not want me. She doesn't want to do joint custody, and she does not want me to have the kids for holidays or for the kids to spend the night at my house, because she just feels like the kids will not be taken care of because she's been doing it by herself for so long. And I was like, you're crazy. But my son don't fucking respect her. He does not respect her. The dude, he hits her. He hits her, bites and scratches and spits on her and all that other stuff. He don't do that with me. He don't do that with my mom. We do a stern talking to. Sometimes we gotta crack that ass, or sometimes we make him do wall squats. It really just depends on the level of when. Of that's pretty much it. It just depends on the level of what he does. It just really depends on it. And then he respects that. And she's saying that, oh, the boy fears me, but he constantly goes out of his way to be by me, to talk to me, always wants to play. He wants to be like me. He even said that he wanted to cut his hair because my hair was cut because of the military. And I was like, I don't want I was like, Daddy doesn't like his hair cut. He only cuts it because of the military. He's like, once I get out, I'm gonna grow my hair out like you. So keep your hair. So now he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll keep my hair since you're gonna grow your hair out. Because I was like, dude, I used to have a big fro. And then my son has like a big curly fro. So I was like, and I told her, I was like, don't no child want to be around someone that they're scared of. Like they're not going to kids are very smart. They're not going to constantly be around somebody they don't like that. They're going to know very fast they don't like you, and they're going to act a certain way with you. He don't act that way with me, but he's doing all this stuff to her, and she's like, well, he only does that because I'm his safe space. And I was like, that's not entirely it. It's because you allow it, and the more you allow it, the more he's going to keep doing it. And he knows that whenever you make him get in trouble, he pays no mind. Not only that, we had an argument with her, because correct me if I'm wrong, because I want chat to understand this. Like, y'all can look this up too. It is illegal to lock your kids in their room. I want to point that so whenever she can't have control over him, she locks him in his room whenever he does something wrong. And I'm like, you can't do that. That's abuse. Cause you can't lock your kid in the you can't lock your kids in their rooms. It's a form of abuse, neglection, and seclusion. You literally can't do that. You can send them into their room for timeout. That's fine, but you cannot lock them in the room. There's for no reason. You can't do it. It's a safety issue. So the only way. So she was like, well, it's not. And I was like, dude, I'm literally telling you what it says. And not only that, whenever you're going through a divorce, you have to go and take the parenting class, right? And guess what one of the questions is on that test? why is it wrong to uh lock your child in a room? And it literally lists the reason because it builds a negative space around the kid. It creates seclusion and distrust and all this other stuff, and it's and it's wrong. And I was like, that makes sense to me. Like I did a 4 hour class in 5 minutes. And they was like, okay, well, you could either take this 4 hour course or you can just jump right into the test. I was like, can I jump through the test and pass it? He was like, yeah, I mean, you would still need the material. And I was like, let me take the test. I literally took the test, passed it within 5 minutes. Because it was all common sense. It was all common sense. Because it was like, why shouldn't you do this? Why shouldn't you do that? And it's multiple choice questions. And I was like, boom, I got 100%. Because you should know what not to do. And not only that, she had to go and get it co-signed by another therapist that she is okay for her to lock the kids, lock our son in his room for quiet time. And I was like, you can't do that. That's illegal. I was like, you literally can't do that. And I read, and she was like, no, it's not illegal. And then I read her the passage that was on the court site that talks about locking the kids in the room. And I read it, and she's just like, I mean, no, that could anybody could have wrote that. And just like, you can go to the same court site because we're about to, me and you both have to go to the same court system. You can go to the same court site. Like it, you know what I'm saying? Like I was just, I don't know. She's wild, but I I literally I blocked her, and then that was it. That we were done. We were done after that. I was like, I'm not unblocking you. Yep. So she got it condoned by another service member, or not service member, another therapist to basically say that, oh yeah, you can do that. And I was like, you can't do that. It's literally, you can Google it, and it literally tells you that that's that's crossing the line. They said that you can send them in their room for timeout and stuff like that, but you can't do that. And then she thinks that there's a bypass for that because there's a camera in the room. So she's like, because I put a camera in the room and a baby monitor, that makes it entirely okay. And I was like, all it takes is for that thing to glitch out one time while he's having an issue, and it freezes in a spot where you think that he'll just be sitting there for hours, and you come to check on them and it's not what you think it is, and he's injured. That's all it takes. And for some reason she just thinks it's okay, and I'm like, dude, you have a problem. You need to get some help. Oh. Ah, stretch. Oh, yeah, bro. So now she's just actively trying to make it seem like I'm just a bad dude, so that way, um, pretty much she's just trying to make it seem like I'm a bad person, so that way she can get full custody now. She's just trying. If she's That's really what it is. She's trying to find every avenue to do it that way. Like, dude, If delusion was a person, if delusion was a person, because it's just wild to me that she's going through all of this stuff for no reason. I can't downplay my goat, brother. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm trying. It's shit, man. Like it just doesn't. I don't. I don't get it. I genuinely do not get it. I don't get it. But hey, it ain't for me. Oh, got the Twitch drops. What? We take those. Let me see what we got here. All right, we gonna do this. Get this done. We're technically done with the dailies, but I'm gonna at least do the pools. Okay, that's a B. Bro, pulling into hard pity is crazy. See, this this is exactly why I'm not pulling any new characters. This is 100% why I'm not pulling any new characters, bro. I'm going into hard pity yet again. This is no. See, let me send this to him. Let me send this to the group. No. This is exactly why, bro. This is exactly why. This is why I don't do this shit. Hard pity. Out of 90, I'm at 34. Oh, I'm not doing the story. I'm not doing the story. I just I'm just doing the dailies today, and then that's it. I'm backed up by two stories right now. Like I that's how you know I haven't been doing it. Like I'm skipping I'm not. Your boy is not doing it. I am not doing it. They want me to. What is this? What the fuck is this? Ice, wind. What the fuck was this? Oh, I see the patch notes.
I'll take over. An opening. Farewell. This ends here. You deserve to die. I need an answer. Let's ride away! Anything else, I think the outcome is set. Face your judgment! This ends here. Got a summer surprise! Care to sign for it? Bid farewell to your tomorrow!
Let me see. Let me see if let's read these patch notes. Let's see what we got. All right. Let's actually see what we got. Okay, there it is. Okay, so let me move myself out the way. Boom, there we go. You said Heart Shadow Ornament. The fuck is even that? Bro, you don't have wait, you don't have Heart Shadow? Oh. That's the void. It's the void sword from duality. So whenever you swing it, it turns you invisible. It throws out void seekers that blow up and do void damage, but also makes you go invisible. People don't like it, but I like it. I like it. I like it. I thought it was pretty nice, especially if you get a nice little build with what? Okay, we need. All right, we gotta establish what you have and what you don't have, cause what what we about to do is we about to go through a list and we about to run you through some content, bro. I need I need a list. I need a list. I need a list. Matter of fact, what's your schedule today? What's your schedule today? Cause that's what we about to do today. We about we about me and you about to run shit together. Fuck anything that's raid related. Bet we we got to run. We about to run content. You and I, we about to run content. We about to that's what we're about to do. We're about to tag team. We about to that's it. We about to be the duo. We about to be the dynamic duo. There we go. There we go. You and I are about to go on an adventure. We about to clear every single content together at this point. That's what we're about to do. That's what we're gonna do. That. If I gotta go out, Accurus and Anarchy because the checkpoint bots for the checkpoint. Okay, that's valid. I did the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. I did the same thing. I finally got Anarchy, and because of that, I'm trying to get Teraba. Let me read. Let me read this first. All right, so patch notes Destiny 2 update 9.7.02. It says activities, ops. Fix an issue in Seraph Shield that caused players to with uncapped frames to for same settings to die unexpectedly. Bro, this happened with me and my buddy. So what was going on was he would go up the elevator and he would die every single time he would go up the elevator. It would automatically kill him every single time. It didn't matter. So we would end up having to have to solo it or to two-man the run. Fix an issue in Catch Crash where the activity could be soft locked by enemies spawning trapped behind doors. Raids, Pantheon, fix an issue in the Consecrated Mine encounter where players tethering the outside pylons would gain the Enlightened buff. Would gain the Enlightened buffs when players at the central pylon completed the tether. Complete the tether. Fix an issue where players could skip the damage phase and Argos by exploiting joining allies. Dang, really? That's crazy. I don't know why y'all would do that. Fix teleport points for Kalash challenge feats to be less likely to put players in unavoidable fail locations. Fix an issue where Kalash would wipe players due to phase race or fading light even after successfully completing in last stand. General, fix an issue in Salvation's Edge where items were not granted when purchasing armor from the vendor in Master Mode. Fix an issue in Salvation's Edge where some of the witnesses' animations would not play properly. Fix an issue in Garden of Salvation where Pit of Heresy items were dropping from the final encounter. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Fix fix an issue where the master mode of Vaulted Glass, Crota Inn, and King's Fall were not appearing in Fighting Finder. Huh. I didn't have that problem. I guess some people are having problems. Dungeons fixed an issue in Duality. Dang, there it is. Where craftable weapons were dropping as tiered weapons. What? Wait, hold on. Whoa, Destin. What you mean? Fixed an issue in Duality where craftable weapons were dropping as tiered weapons. No, Put that back. They need to drop it. Craftable and tiered. We need them craftable and tiered. Bring that back. Fix an issue in Vespers host where untiered items were dropping from the focusing shots. Ew. Okay, I'm glad you fixed that part. Um, Fix an issue in Sundered Doctrine where untiered items were dropping from. Okay, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm about to do Sundered Doctrine. Gameplay investments, armors. Fix an issue where stasis turrets created with stasis shadow grenades would not inhabit the effects of Rhinecoat raiment. Really? Fix an issue where the X Duris and Mothkeeper wraps interaction would only work if you had active moth grenades instead of all the time. Fix an issue causing Shinobu's Vow. Wow, that's an exotic that I haven't heard in forever, dude. I haven't heard about this one in forever. Enhanced skip grenades would not skip on surfaces. Services they should. Okay, fix an issue causing Vesper of Radiance exotic warlock armor to not blind targets. If you use it, I was going to use this in Pantheon, but for the ads, but I didn't. Now at least I know now. Fix an issue where shards of Galanor's knives explosions to play too inconsistently over the network, leading into less damage than intended. Okay, yeah, I knew about that one. Reduce the rate of the Frosty's exotic generate. Wait, what? Reduce the rate at which the Frosty's exotic generates frost armor in PvP. Okay, makes sense. Fix an issue where some of Pit of Heresy armor would drop with the armor 2.0 rework, rendering it unupgradable. Oh my god. All right. Armor set bonuses. Fix an issue causing Pit of Heresy 4-piece armor set bonus to loop instead of loop instantly igniting targets. So you could get free damage before with just using this? Zer's not supposed to be. Yes, Zer's not supposed to be there. I mean, take advantage of it if he's got some good stuff. I don't know. Where were we at? Additionally reduced the scorch applied by this armor. Actually, hold on. While we're doing that, let me actually switch to Destiny. That's what I'm about to do. Oh, I see why we didn't switch to Destiny. Okay. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. All right, let me use the bathroom. And let me. I can switch it after this. Oh, I'll be back. Alrighty. I am back. Okay. Alrighty. My mom, folks. All right. So, anyways, uh, we were reading. What was fix an issue where the moon 2Ps could cause memory issues? That's crazy. Rework. I'm about to skip all this. I need to get to the good stuff. All right. Exotic weapons. Ergosome vortex. Attack cost 6. 6 ammo instead of 4. Damn, nerfed. Fixed an issue where hierarchy of needs was not gaining. Okay, from precision. Okay. Turncoat. Fixed an issue where turncoat could not damage objects like gunpowder. Oh, really? It fixed an issue where 1,000 voices, Fafner, and Terrible Catalyst were not progressing. Bet. I gotta run this. This is what I need to run. I need to get this. I heard this is disgusting. Fixed an issue where the crossbow could be Wait, hold on. Fixed an issue where crossbows bolts could displace bosses if attached to objects that you pick up and hold. They shall yeet no more. Yo, oh my god, no. Oh my god, they shall yeet no more. No. Okay. Rockets. Oh my god, there it is. Fix an issue where artifacts under certain conditions would ignore the no duplication restrictions. Fix an issue where the vile weave. Oh my god. Okay, I need you to confirm. Do you still have the 7 mods? Do you still have them? You never did it? There's no way. No, there's no way. Hold on. Okay. Oh no, bro. You missed out on gold. Oh no. Hold on. Where is this shit at? Okay, this is what we're going to do. Dude, that's you can do it with all the classes. We had like 7 thunderous retorts on our Arc Titans and we were just blowing stuff up. Okay, let me see this. All right, trigger EX. Okay. Boom, boom. All right. I'm gonna quickly run through this and we're gonna do it. Because this is the last day.
Oh goodness. This is gonna be interesting.
Just finishing the dress. My time to shine. Countering. The best defense is a strong offense. Stay on offense. I see your weakness. You're always riddled with flaws.
Oh, you gain a shield every second.
A flurry of thrusts. Yep. This one's for you. Countering. Nothing slips through my defense. A chance to score. Perfectly symmetrical. Wait. Focus on the target. Sorry for stealing your time. A chance to score. Time for a surprise.
I'm so confused. Was it only EX? Was that? Did I not do the max? Okay, days. Bring a stun agent. Using days. Okay.
A beloved fairy tale. Prepare to kneel before me. Say no more. Time to hunt. Oh, what a coincidence. Scram before I get up.
What am I supposed to be doing? What are we supposed to be doing in this? Are we just increasing the days or something?
Maybe I need to read it. I don't think I did good on this one. Oh, okay, never mind. I got S rank. Whatever. I definitely skipped it. I'm not trying to go for the best score. I'm just trying to get this completed. Oh. Rules. Hmm.
You want me to completely look the part? No way. Do you have any idea how much makeup that'd take?
Engine and skill. Okay. Disk drive. What's wrong with the disk? Oh, shit. Okay. That makes sense.
Good evening. Today's special is the electric margarita with bluesy undertones.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now just don't fuck me on this one. Damn, y'all fucked me on this one.
I guess this outfit ain't too bad. The blue bandages are kind of annoying, though. Never mind.
Alright, we'll do that. We'll do it that way. Yeah.
Move it! Let order and madness dance! Yep!
Alright.
Move it! For you, I'll eliminate any obstacles! Time to hunt. Scram before I get hungry. I've got your back. All right. Watch it. position. I'm not opposed to a small death. I'll take this. Together,
Come on now.
we'll ignite your end. Truth is a beloved fairy tale. A deep cleaning. An opportunity. Let the party begin. I'll take you. With this power. Truth is a beloved fairy tale. Hey, eyes over here. Let's try and see how hot we can get.
I don't know if I got it. I don't know if I got it. I don't think I did. Believe. In the famous words of Parappa the Rapper, you gotta believe. I don't understand this. What did they... Battle mechanics. When switching, restores 50. Squad rules. Switching, incoming damage. Adrenaline, yada yada. Decibels carry over. But what do you want me to do for score?
Starlight, it's time to shine.
I'm gonna pick Bonnie away.
Need something? Go ask my colleagues.
What's wrong with your whinging? Oh, why are you missing something? Oh my god.
Good evening. Today's special is the electric margarita with bluesy undertones. Come back again soon.
I'm at your disposal. I shall follow your orders. I'm at your disposal.
We're gonna do that. Bring a stun and use Meteor to extend the days. You said, should you order food? Depends if you're, if you're off and you're staying in, I think it might be a good thing.
Any obstacles? I'll write the ending to your nightmare.
Oh, I work for 12 hours. Yeah, brother. Yeah. Get you, yeah. Yeah, get you some food, dog. You work for 12 hours, get you some food. Yeah.
I pledge my honor! Watch out! I'm on it. Not this far. What's your honor really worth? The ending to your nightmare. As you would prepare to kneel before me. Allow me to read your welcome. I'll take you. Focused. What? Can't handle it? It's go time. Make way for the undefeated champion! Again, truth is a beloved fairy tale. For you, I'll eliminate any obstacles. Freeze all evil! Allow me to reap your soul. In position.
Come on, give me the score, give me the score. Go, boy.
I'm not opposed to working. Take this! I won't let you escape! End this hatred!
Damn it, bro. I don't use any of these guys. Oh my god. I don't think I get anything for getting the quadruple S, but it just, or S plus, but it just. Obtain 72. Okay, so I get something for this, sure. Stasis hunger? I'll have to see what you're talking about because I haven't ran it.
Victory, the only option. Swift yet still.
Oh, we're doing Void Hunters?
It's over. Your life ends here. I see edge. Weapon restrictions removed. Awaken. Blade unleashed. Press forward.
Oh yeah, this is easily gonna be the highest. Oh yeah, this is gonna easily be the highest. Yep, instantly locked it in.
Awaken. Victory, the only option. Cycle of yin and yang. It's over. The weak spot is here.
Oh yeah, this is.
A measure of steel slices the world through.
Well,
Awaken. Press forward.
Good God, dude, this is where I do it. This is exactly where this happens.
Let the heavens bash. Victory.
Oh my God.
Cycle of yin and yang. It's over. Your life ends here.
This is exactly where this happens.
Sounds like different plates. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky.
If I didn't have the 70K before, I got it now. I definitely got it. Well over it. Good God. %. Good God. All right. Let's see if we can get this. We can run this. I don't know, man. I feel like you. Oh, is it not showing up?
Prepare to kneel.
You definitely had to have used the
Only for Master Puppet.
the what you call it builds. The,
Write the ending to your nightmare.
the new ones. The new ones are definitely it. Or the what you call it.
Don't blink! The starlight purges all evil!
The artifact ones were definitely busted. Bro. I'm surprised you didn't run it.
The end is nigh.
I'm so surprised you didn't run it.
What are you looking at? It's showtime!
Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right, there we go. There we go. Lock in. Lock in.
Slam before I get angry. Let order and madness dance. For you, I'll eliminate any obstacle.
Yo!
There it is. makes your honor really work. Truth is a beloved fairy tale. Let order and madness dance.
There we go. Come on, tell me that was it. It's got to be it. S plus. Let me see it silver. Let's go. Where's the other one? What was this? You have no cooldowns with running with pure stasis. I'm gonna have to see,
Next up is.
cause are you using? Is that with the War Mind
Okay, let me help.
build?
Meteor mining style. Round them up. Following order. Forward. Turn around. Is it my shift again? Justice is served. Fireworks show. Hold again. Here comes the burst.
It's just the modifiers.
Are you red-handed? Together we stand. Hotline. Justice is served. Three, two, one. Roll 'em all up.
Good lord.
You walk right into this one. Yeah, got one for complaints. Spot material. Yeah, you're now connected with the gold star. Here comes the burst.
Loki, at this point, I'm just doing this for sweat numbers. I just want to break the top 10. That's it. I don't even care about the other stuff. Like, I don't even get anything bonus for this. Boy, look at that. 5.5. 5.5. Ugh, your boy is disgusting. Your boy's in there. Your boy's locked in. Hold on, hold on. We about to sweat some of these numbers. Let's see. Deal anomaly damage. We're about to sweat some of these numbers. Let's see if we can get into the top 3. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie. I'm only doing this to stun on my brother. That's it. That's it. That is literally. I don't even really care about the leaderboard. I'm just doing this to stun on my brother.
The line shall be drawn by me.
That is it.
Bid farewell.
That is really it.
Tomorrow.
In case he want to talk shit. Yeah.
Let's finish the
We
call.
gonna see. We gonna lock this in.
Secure the perimeter.
He might got me on this one. Cause anomaly is not my forte.
Prepped and ready.
Actually, hold on. Why am I using this? Let me see something. We gon' switch things up. We gonna switch things up. Hold on. Let me see something. Oh yeah. So there's I'm doing a little time trial thing. Let me see, which one is this? Days. Special chain. Shield. What's this? No. That's days. So that's 20K right there. What do I need to do? What's the mechanics? Anomaly characters. So keep you two here. Switch you guys out. Actually, hold up. Miyabi and let's try Vivian. Vivian Miyabi. Let's see if I can lock this in.
This is the will of Krampus. Obstacle removed.
guests shall be disciplined. Don't fret. All will soon be calm.
Face your judgment.
Wind shear.
Anything else I should know? The outcome is set.
Flying opponent. It's over. Please watch closely. This way is for you alone. You will
I will carry out your execution.
time to end. Take this.
Hold an opening. Farewell.
Oh, no, 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 no. I tried. Oh. I should be fine. I'm at 5.5. I should be fine. He ain't gonna go that hard in the paint for it. He is not gonna go hard in the paint for this. I'm good. Yes, sir, skis. Done with that. What is this? The dossier. That's for this. This is. Interlude. Story. The confessions is the story. All right, last pool, and then we are outie. Oh, wait, no, we got one more. No, that's it. All right, now we switch to Destiny. Oh God, there's an update. I know, right? Okay, that's not bad at all. I was about to say depending on I was literally about to say depending on how big the update is gonna be, we're about to go back to either Zenless or go to Marvels. We were not about to do this. What is the rotated? Ghost of the Deep. Ugh. Root of Nightmares. altars. You still need to give me a list of what you don't have. Matter of fact, what all DLCs you have? Hold on, let me do this. So you have all the DLCs, but wait, how do you not have the dungeon keys? All right, moment of truth. Moment of truth. All right, moment of truth. Let's see. No! That's so lame. That's so late. That's gay. That's gay, Bungie. Oh my god. They wiped off that's so lame, bro. You wiped off they did, dude. That's so fucked up. Because what's crazy is I guarantee hold up. There's one of these that I have there's one of them I had old ones that didn't have them before. Oh, that's so lame. That's lame, bro. That's so oh man, they could at least kept it to where if you didn't take it off, you keep it. Ah, pain. Rest in peace. No, look at it. It's gone, bro. Look at this. It's gone. Ah. Oh man. Bungie, you could have just left the stacking, bro. You could have just left it. Oh man. I knew I should have just completed. I knew I should have skipped Zenless and just completed that dungeon to get the emblem, and then that would have been it. Because Pantheon. So we get the next one Friday. Ghost of the Deep Duality. Okay. Prophecy. Root of Nightmares. I need to do Root of Nightmares, really. Oh, that's the catalyst for the one. Oh, I thought I had this. I guess I don't have that. Okay, I see what it. All right. Well, my statement still stands. We need to clear you stuff that you have not cleared before. That is what we need to do. So that means we need to get you. You got the Ergo Shum. Oh, you're on Titan. Word. All right. So what I'm going to do, since the build was butchered, run my tech set build. Jolted, no. Swordmaster. Mm, taking damage increases. Reload and equip. Really? That could be that 2-piece could be used for a PvP set. Grenade. Follow blows temporarily reduce incoming damage. That's not bad. Um I don't need this one anymore since they got the new sets. What was I going to use? Quads Titan. Okay, okay. Distortions are on Europa. Hmm. But we do need to run. Okay, so you need to do duality and warlord's run. Okay. All right. All right. So we can definitely do those. First let me switch this. Switch this one out for this one. Put on you. Keep this one. Oh no. Oh yeah, it shows Zer for me too. If I can get the Taxat bond, I can actually put on necrotic grips instead. Oh snap! What's up, Sophie? No, I'm not interested in any graphic designs or anything. I appreciate it though. All right, so I need to get the Texat bond, and then we're gonna switch it to necrotic grips. And we'll do it. We'll run it. We're gonna run it that way.
What's up guys, Houndish here. Today we're jumping in with some small news updates as well as discussion about Destiny 2. And so first up we are getting another game update this week, which of course will join the list of some of the final updates that Destiny 2 is set to have, which is completely mind-blowing. I mean, the end of service thing is one element, but the fact that there won't even be any support for patches in the future is kind of disgusting, right? Regardless, for this week we get an outline of additional changes that we're going to see, which will of course be followed up with full patch notes at weekly reset. But outside of that, there's a lot of discussion about just how well Destiny 2 has actually been doing. And look at the Steam charts. Now 2 weeks into this update, and we're still seeing peaks of over 100,000 players every 24 hours, which is pretty bonkers. When you factor in that this is probably the smallest platform, or at least only 50% of Destiny's players, we could still have around 250,000 people concurrently playing Destiny 2 on a daily basis, which is really quite something, and it speaks to the update, both the quality and the impacts of it, right? So we'll discuss all of that, as well as reporting once again from former Destiny developers, speaking about their experiences inside of Bungie. I also anticipate we will see a lot more of this in the next few weeks, especially beyond any potential layoffs and the fallout that will follow all of that. And so I suppose if you find that part of the news engaging, things are likely to remain interesting for a little while. For the moment, let's start out with the game-facing updates for this week. And so, Bungie are focused on getting as many things fixed in Destiny 2 as they can with this final set of updates, and they clarify exactly what we can expect from at least some of the updates this week. So, D2 team have said there'll be 2 fixes shipping tomorrow to help reduce awkward ability-centric interactions in the Crucible. Firstly, they fixed an issue where the Hunter's lethal current aspect could activate multiple times on a single attack, which of course causes one-shots in PvP, so that won't be possible anymore, presumably. Plus, they fixed an issue causing the Pit of Heresy 4-piece armor set bonus to loop, instantly igniting targets. So a couple of things there. I guess it would be nice if some of the broken stuff stuck around forever. Although given that Bungie won't be updating D2 after these final couple of patches, that actually seems quite possible, where no doubt the community will make future discoveries. But otherwise, they say, on Tuesday the stackening and boopening bugs will also be addressed. So they fixed an issue where the crossbow bolts could displace bosses if attached to an object that you can pick up and hold, and an issue where artifact perks under certain conditions would ignore the no duplicates restriction. Plus, they will fix an issue where some Pit of Heresy armor in Armor 2.0 masterwork, rendering it unupgradable. In terms of whether this will fix things that have already dropped, we don't really know. Of course, those are just some of the patch notes that we'll get today, and I'll keep you posted at the
I'm currently feasting.
Of course, and on top of that, we will get new featured activities.
Do what you gotta do, brother.
Stuff, Grandmaster Vanguard alert with new drops, as well as all the vendor updates, so it should be a fun time. And moving more onto the discussion of just how well Destiny 2 is done, focusing on the positives largely, initially at least, as Paul Tassi said, D2's skyrocketing numbers are more than just a finale surge. And looking back at those Steam chart numbers, it is very impressive, and it's safe to say people are playing the game because they're actually having fun, and they've got new stuff to do right now, right? In the first few days, it could have just been people coming to say goodbye, and of course there is an element of that, but this is a genuinely good update, and Paul Tassi highlighting some of the reasons for that. Firstly, breadth of activities. A key here is that making almost every activity in the game worth playing again obviously has an impact, especially in contrast to the Edge of Fate, the Portal launch, and everything like that, which featured various different types of content from Destiny history, but also excluded massive amounts of content in terms of relevance in the game. So there's that, and of course every raid and dungeon has been updated, on top of destinations, so almost everything is now worth playing in some capacity. They also include tiered loot with that, and players still just want tier 5 drops for sure, but at least the vast majority of stuff in the game can be upgraded or dropped with the best enhancements, right? And with the rework of the director, I think if anything, Bungie actually proved that there are elements of the portal which do make sense, especially in its current implementation, right, where you've got all the worlds and destinations, and then the subcategories, I suppose, of specific activities that fall into different playlist functions, where of course Bungie have done a good job because they actually took the part of the portal that does make sense and built it under the umbrella of the director itself, which is cool because it maintains that sense that Destiny is an explorable solar system with all the art and fantasy, I suppose, that goes into that, while still providing that functionality of just being able to target playlists which ultimately don't live on a destination, right? So it's really well implemented in that sense, and it's actually the thing that many people in the community had suggested Bungie should do. Otherwise, the power climb is, of course, less obnoxious at this point, and less impactful in terms of rewards and stuff. And all of that is aside from the fact that we have a ludicrous amount of build potential in D2 right now, between the armor sets, all of the artifact perks that have come into the game, new catalysts, weapons, perks. Yeah, this is a genuinely good update. It's really cool to see, and I think while most of us would just absolutely love Destiny not to die here, it's actually remarkable that Bungie have built a platform, a new version of Destiny 2 in some ways, where, you know, if they were to say we were going to have seasonal events every couple of months, small updates, not dissimilar to major updates, bringing in new gear and things, even if Bungie did have to pull some people away to work on future IPs or whatever is happening behind the scenes, I can't help but feel that given the way that the game is set up right now, there would actually be potential to continue to support it. I also don't doubt that it will continue to outperform Marathon, Bungie's other project, which isn't really about hating on Marathon, but it's contextual to the fact that Sony and Bungie have made choices about where their efforts are going to go. Yeah, it's just hard to imagine that Destiny wouldn't have been the better choice overall. But we are where we are. Some of that comes down to dysfunction, of course, inside of the Bungie studio, as devs have discussed, and the game post highlights some of that right here. In a new feature from Aftermath, former Destiny 2 developers talk about the work they were most proud of during their time in the game, but it also includes some blunt comments about Bungie's internal culture. Some of the strongest comments coming from Michael Zenk, who worked on narrative teams in the past, who had said, "Working at Bungie was the most toxic, dysfunctional experience of my professional life, but the incredible people I got the chance to work with were some of the best in the world at what they do." And as has been reported, in July, there is an expectation that many leadership figures at Bungie will actually walk away from the company because their shares as part of the Sony deal will vest, which ultimately means they will have done the job that they were expected to do under the Sony contract, at least technically speaking, right? And that means they can get big payouts and walk away. So that will be one component of how Bungie will actually be broken down in the near future. And the other component, more impactful in terms of the creativity at Bungie and the kind of heart and soul of what they actually do, is that there's an expectation that developer teams will be laid off, and that absolutely sucks, especially given that we aren't talking about the people who've steered the company in the wrong direction over these years, and instead we're talking about the people who made Monument of Triumph, right? The ones who accrued all that feedback and data over all the years about what players have really wanted, and ultimately have implemented many of those things in Monument of Triumph. So it's incredibly brutal, but it's also unfortunately the case that it is not unexpected in the games industry as it stands right now. And beyond that, who knows how things will pan out for Bungie? Most of us logically assume that it isn't going to be great, which of course is the depressing part, but it's all part of the journey that Bungie are on, and of course the one that we're tracking as people who've followed Bungie for all these years. So it certainly sucks. Although one additional positive, on top of this being a good update, looking back through the years, there are many things that, you know, a bunch of us are going to remember pretty much forever in relation to Destiny. People that we've met, experiences we had in the game, and stuff which you ultimately can't take away, right? And that applies to both players and the people who've made the game. So those are the components that live beyond the choices of leadership inside of big corporations, and we can at least be thankful for those, right? So we'll see how it pans out, and I'll keep you updated. Next video will of course be at Weekly Reset, so keep it locked and loaded for that. We'll see what we get. Then we'll be back through the week with further updates, potentially broken stuff, and yeah, I'm looking forward to another fun week in D2. So if you've enjoyed the video, a rating would very much help us out. Get subscribed for more content, but for the moment, I appreciate you watching, and I hope you have an awesome day.
Good video, Houndish. Good video. Thank you. Apparently, because I was looking at the patch notes update. All right, so now that that is. All right, so you said, what are we up to? So I'm about to go and grab a Vanguard Cipher or Vanguard Engram so I can go ahead and pull the bond for the tech set. One. So I'm about to go and grab a Vanguard Cipher. There we go. I'm gonna do that way. That way I can also run my necrotic grips build. That one's, I will say that one by far is probably my favorite one. But in the meantime, well, let me actually see something. I'm trying to figure out why Zer is still on here as well. Okay. So it is just glitched. It is just glitched. But let's see. Do this. Actually, what we got for Vanguard stuff? Arena Ops. Override Moon. Pinnacle. What else we got for Pinnacle? Sure, why not? Why not? Make sure I make some room for stuff. Put you away. Put you away because I'm not doing Crucible today. Or at least I shouldn't. This is actually a good piece. I'm going to keep that. I'll re-roll for that one. Oh, I do have a Pantheon set. How many pieces for Pantheon?
Your opponents will come for your life. Guard it fiercely.
All right. Say no to PvP, yes to PvE. I mean, it really just depends on, honestly. I don't think there's anything, there's not really anything that I want for PvP right now. I mean, I do need to do SLR, man. SRL. Well, as for Gambit, it really depends. Oh, thank you. I miss when these used to be able to track.
have an instinct for battle.
Oh my lord. Oh, that's why. I'm gonna save all my points. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take this one off. What I got it on? Grenade class. There we go. Dang, bro.
This is a gauge of pure combat potential. Make me proud.
You know, I thought you could still do the 50 ones if you do the feats. Is that no longer a thing? Hold on, I gotta do les drip.
You obliterated them. I love it.
Where in the world is... Oh, there it is. Don't I do it this way? I'll hold this for right there. There we go. Boom.
motivating you? Good.
I think you can go to customize and then it does it. I was about to-
Face your opponents and survive. Victory is a matter of will.
Imagine throwing your super and missing the entire boss, and it's the biggest thing in the entire room. Oh! Karma killed me. But I mean, oh no. Oh no. Shax, bro. Shh.
Throwing grenades as I say this. Tell everyone you're my favorite guy. Who cares? You fight like an animal.
Oh my god. Oh no! Bro. I don't know what's the point of this. It's just Shax. It's just Shax doing Shax things.
A thrashing. I thought to myself, is that a miniature sun? But no, it was you, raining light on your opponent.
Extra items.
Love it.
An extra item. Let me see. Did I get what I wanted? Nope. No, I did not. I did not get whatchamacallit. But I do got a baller Lotus Eater though. The stabilize with reconstruction. Lovely. Oh, that's one way to do it. Okay, what other weapon of sorrows? Oh, that. You have finished your feasting. Was it the ultimate feast? Look at that. Could have just went to it, but no. It was the ultimate. I have leftovers. It's okay. I have leftovers too that I need to be finishing. I got teriyaki chicken and white rice. Yeah. Complete the run. chill. Hold on. Okay. It was the VA office or the VSO. Dude, I had been trying to reach them for like like 2 weeks, and nobody answered my call. And then I finally reached out to one of them today, and then boom, I had an appointment with them today. So they're trying to help me out with actually doing my stuff. Yeah, dude, like the VA and the VSO, they take forever to get you your benefits. It's crazy. Oh, look at that. I had an exotic, or not exotic. That DPS was me. That was all me.
I thought to myself, is that a miniature sun? But no, it was you, raining light on your opponents. I love it.
Hey, there it is. Recombination. Welcome back. Got it. Kinetic. Alley-oop. This is such a sick skill. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, let's not use that. Oh, bro. Boom. Get all the shacks. Alright. What are you running right now?
Best your opponents and survive. Victory is a matter of will.
Bet. We'll run something.
Triumphant tactics.
I'll try to see if I can get the. Let me do this. Oh, that's it. The gates are wide open. Gunsmith. Gear shift, light touch. Let's see what this. Oh, whoa, 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 brother, what? I was not expecting that when shooting this. It's okay. Aggressive burst. I was not. Yeah, I was not expecting this. I was not expecting that. Good lord. This thing takes a little minute. What's the point of having 3 shacks in the area if they get ignored?
Best your opponents and survive. Victory is a matter of will.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Bro, he almost fucked me. Good God. Woo! It is, but yeah, I agree. It is a random frame. Oh, I got the last word, Catalyst? Bro, what? Interesting. I got my Vanguard Engram. Let's see what we got. Let's see what loot we got. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is actually not that bad. Off rip. Rolling Storm. And even got some PvP stuff too. You got boom. Okay, we got the PvE. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we got a little something. We got a little something. I don't know. We got. I'll keep this one. Actually, let me test this one out. This. I don't know. I'm so tired of getting hot head. Hold on. I might increase ammo. Reconstruction now? I might be talking shit now. Hold on. I don't know. This, I don't know what to do with this one. I'm gonna keep this one. That one in particular. All right, let me head back to this motherfucker hot. Is it weird? Hold on. Well, let me. I don't even think I have last word even leveled up, bro. I don't even think I have it anymore. If I'm being completely honest. Oh, there it is. Boy, look at that. 1 kill, brother. Got 1 kill. No PvPs, no nothing. This thing is damn near new. Okay, final wind or killing wind. So final blows increases mobility, range, weapon range, and handling. Okay. Let's do this. Equipped. What we got on this? We'll do this one. I'm gonna hold on to this one because it's got that. We're gonna run to the tower. Wait, so hold on. So you said it gets reconstructions, envious arsenal, auto loading, elemental honing, explosive light, bait and switch. Damn, they can see. I feel like they changed all these weapons from memes to dreams. Well, I mean, if it gets bait and switch, I don't know. I might have to toss the one that I got. We'll have to see, cause let's see. Okay, yeah, let's see what we got. Okay, lightweight. Oh, hold on. We might got a good one. I'm gonna try this with this. Ambitious assassin plus the spike grenades, bro. We got it. We got it already. Boom. Put velocity on it. We're keeping this. Will I use it? Probably not. Am I gonna keep it? Hell yeah. Who knows? I might actually use it. I might use it. I don't know. It really just depends. I don't really like the detonate and release ones. Just leave I mean, it is. Do you know if you're gonna use it? Probably not. Do you want it? Hell yeah. You don't even know why you even got it. We collectors. That's exactly what we're glorified collectors. We're glorified hoarders. This is such an awkward oh jolting feedback. This tactical mag range. Nah, I'm not. I'm just not fucking with it. Chain reaction. Wait, can't you craft this motherfucker? You can craft the other one. Okay. I was about to say, bro, what am I doing? Why am I trying to get another one of these? The one that I already have. That's right. I can't tear this one up. This is the one, this is what I'm going for. But they don't have the hollow foil. That's the other one. That's the original. I was about to say, what was that from? Desert Perpetual? What is? Hmm. I'll keep that one for old time's sakes. Get this shit off there. They should have been able to tier these, cause bro, we done grinded out for this, for these weapons, and they're not even tiered. You know what I'm saying? Like, just imagine we sat there and grinded these ones for an entire event just to for tiered weapons to come out the very next patch, and we never used this ever. Now you got the tiered versions of this one in Ghost of the Deep, and we're still not gonna use this hollow foil. That's the crazy part, man. What level is this? 21. Okay, I'll keep that one right there because I can just tear this up on my other character. Yeah. Hey, Apex. Apex what? You talking about Apex Predator? Oh, aren't those two different archetypes? For isn't one like a lightweight and the other one's like a aggressive? Oh, that's oh, we got it right there. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I'm about to say because those are two different ones. Yeah, because it's a lightweight. Yeah, because it's a lightweight versus a. Yeah, lightweight versus an aggressive. Yep. Because the one that I have for this one has heel clip and incandescent, and I think I was using this one for. Oh, this wasn't on here before. What the hell? Wait, this wasn't. This was not on here before. What the? It's glitched. Cause this is an older one. Cause look at that. It's not even. It's not like this is an older one. Wait, what? What the fuck? I have an older one that already had chaos reshaped. That's crazy. That's interesting. That's interesting. Cause look at the level. It's an older one and it comes with chaos reshaped. Well, some bugs are very nice. No, it didn't always have chaos reshape because remember chaos reshape was only for the what was it imminence or whatever that damn thing is called, and for it was only for where's that shit at? Yeah, this thing. It was only on this. Yeah, it was on the Salvation's Edge weapons, but now they're giving them out to like everything else. All right, so there you go. All right, Now we need to grab. Where is it? Tech set. Boom. Just gonna pull it. Yep. Ew. Oh, yeah, that's my fault. That is my fault. Was that the only one I got? Damn. Fucked. I just got fucked. Damn. What is this? Your boy rocking 2-hand cannons back to back. Boom, 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 boom. $200 more. 200.
Gonna need someone to shut off the power.
Welcome back. Damn it. The lion one? Talk about the lionfish? I have it, but I don't think I really used it. I got the one that's got chill clip and is it reconstruction chill clip? Come on now. Come on. Oh, my bones. Damn it, bro. I'm gonna grab something to eat while wait. Come on. Damn it. And I really don't want to go and do the actual, what you call it. Mm. Let me see something. Come on. Mm. Overflow versus reconstruction. I I don't know because some some of them, because like this one, let's see, reloads itself at improved rates over time and doubles the capacity, but overflow, because I think that's the one where when you pick up a brick, it overflows the magazine. Where is that? I think I have it on this. Oh, this is control burst. Is that the one? That's the one where you pick up the brick and it overflows the magazine, correct? I feel like so. I think it depends on the scenario. DPS, I feel like you should go with reconstruction. But if you're just doing killing like ads, I would go with overflow the magazine. Because there's a couple of weapons that I use overflow for. Like for example, I was using it with this before. That was actually my go-to perk on here. I had overflow and um subsistence, I think. But then now I'm using kinetic tremors and chaos reshaped. Because I think it really just depends on the type of weapon. I would use overflow on like SMGs um and fusion rifles. You said you get both. For rapid void fusion. Are they in the same column? Hmm. Um. Go with reconstruction. Good lord. It would have been faster if I had did the wish wall myself. But I'm lazy at the moment. Come on. Where's this legendary weapon you got? Bro. I'm trying to get the Shirochi checkpoint. But I'm too lazy. I don't feel like going and doing the wish wall, but I'll give it one more time for joining connection. If it joins and says it's full, I'll just go and do the wish wall. I don't want to, but bro, you right. Well, moment of truth. Look at that. Look at that. As soon as I said I was going to do that was my last time. I'm telling you, bro. It never fails. Never fails, man. The minute you say, man, fuck it, I'm not about to do this shit, the shit shows up. When you say it and you actually mean you're gonna do it, yeah.
Of 1,000 voices, the last known Ahamkara. She has been taken, and her death is your calling.
Hmm. Let me see something.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Oh, there. Damn, look at this Chad over here. 13 kills? Oh my goodness. I want to get like him when I grow up. All right, boom. All right, so now that I got that, finally. Gonna air out these heads. Yeah. I'm about to. Hold on. That's exactly what I'm about to do. Bow. What is it? Don't want this.
For generations, the Dreaming City housed one of the Awoken's most closely guarded secrets. She is known as Riven, Riven of 1,000 Voices, the last known Ahamkara. She has been taken, and her death is your calling.
wonder how many kills it need. All the look at all the orbs. %. 15%. So that means looking at about 300 kills, probably. Well, have you have a couple more? The crazy thing is, I'm not even gonna really like. I'm probably not even gonna use this like that. Oh no, I might. We'll see. We'll see. But after I do this, we can go and run some stuff. Be thinking of what dungeon you want to run first. Ew, why'd y'all give me this? Because you said duality and warlords. So we can run either one, honestly. the way of the Qingming. Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that? Holding the PlayStation and square magnifies? Bro, that's wild. Whoa. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't know this was a thing. That's crazy. You can zoom in. I didn't know about that at all. You know what? I might use this. You know what? I might be a part of the meta. You know what I mean? Hop on my hunter, run around with a. This thing produces a lot of orbs, dude. This build, I'm not gonna lie, this build kind of is kind of cooking with orbs. And that's not even what this build is even meant for. This is a melee build or a necrotics build. Line them up, line them up, line them up. Where we at now? 40%, so almost 50%, which would be around how many kills? How many kills am I at? 200. So, okay. So it'll be, okay. So it'll be around 250 will be the halfway mark. Okay. So 500 kills. Hey, duality. All right, bet. I know that one like the back of my hand. Kinda. Sometimes I get confused with the symbols. Or at least the locations in the second part. But other than that, I should be pretty sure. How am I doing bolt chart? Wait. This gives you bolt chart? Oh, brother, I'm using the wrong fucking weapon. Put this shit away. Put this shit away, dog. What you mean? Oh no. bro. What the? Dude, there's so many orbs. I might have to rock this until I get a God roll Hawk Moon. I really want to get the catalyst for um for 1K voices. There we go. I have to think about it. Speaking of that, so I always thought Kvostov had a catalyst. Hold on. I thought, did it not? Wait, I swear it had a catalyst already. No fucking way. Bro, what? So you're telling me we did all of that shit for Kvostov with a Kvostov with no catalyst, brother? I could have sworn we got a catalyst, bro. Oh man. That's wild. So we did all 7 pieces of bullshit for a weapon that bounces off of enemies with no catalyst. It's gotta be it's gotta have to do with something for like ricochet or something. Wow, like it says art damage. That's a good one, but I don't need another one. Oh my god. That's still kind of insane to me. Let's see, primary, special ammo, kinetic. Boom. Okay. As you can see, I really like grenade launchers. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. We should be getting close to the end. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we're looking at about 500. Got that. Banged. No. Give me something else. Okay, I could do that. I guess. Oh, that's why you hit fire. Oh. Man, the hammer over here. Oh, let's get it. Let's get it. Almost there. I'll watch it be 600. Rapid kills. Guardians. No. Boom. Hand cannon. go. Almost. So, any moment. It can drop any moment. Well, it's gonna be next. It's gonna be the next round for sure. I don't even need to check it. It's gonna be the next round. Complete a fire team ops. We could do that. We could do that. Boom. Look at that. Disgusting. And then it applies necrotic. Alright. We got it. Picture saved. Switch weapons. Store it. Pow. Woohoo. Alright, so let's see. Oh, I don't even have anything on this. What am I doing with my life? Oh, no, no, no. Weapon. This. We're going to put Reaper. This. This. Fang of Inari. There we go. That's what I needed to do. Savathun's Throne World. Okay, you're good. I'm going to go ahead and finish tearing up this Fang of Inari. Boom. Round it up. Ta-da. Delete this. I honestly might just put on Blink. Just because I don't want to do... What is this? Oh. This one. This. Okay, so they got range. Boom. There we go. money. Precision final blows based off. No, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this. It could be good for DPS and PvP. And then, what else can I make? All right, my Icolos. Where are you? Oh, you do have a catalyst now. So let's go. Yeah, I remember you had one. Merciless did that one. I remember Jotuns. SMG. 7 Seraph. There we go. Icolos. Oh, nope. Force of habit. Oh, that I see what it was. I see what it was. Aggressive. What did, oh, I didn't put anything on this? Range. Accurized. Okay, so you need to be level 25. What else you drop with? Oh, that's it. Really? Interesting. I see you. This guy here. I should be nervous. I'm with the GOAT right now. Yeah, I'm with the GOAT right now. Yeah. Nah. You're the GOAT. We know it's true. Damn. Oh, this bad boy expensive. Damn. God damn. I'm broke. I ain't even gonna use this right now. I'm just gonna put this one on. Cause I ain't got no money to do nothing.
see what we got. Limonality, Lake of Shadows. Oops.
Ah, Guardian. Ghost. Lovely to see you at my doorstep again.
Gedris,
Haven't taken infestation I very much appreciate your help with.
how bad is this infestation?
You'll see soon enough.
If they would have gave this Joe some feedback, this would have been crazy. Dang, y'all left me with babysitting detail.
Not a flight.
It certainly is. We're trying something new.
That's horrible. Unsubscribe.
Using pure
Precisely. Protect that device and clear out the blight.
and how much has this been tested?
It's being tested right now. By you.
Of course.
Whoa, ladies.
It's actually working.
See? Nothing to worry about.
All right, so have you ever run have you ever ran duality? Bet. All right, I got you. I'll carry us to victory. Just bring out the big boys for damage. Please. I got you. I can definitely we can definitely two-man it.
Oh no! Wow, that he's actually using a Ghost of the Deep weapon. You don't see that every day.
Chimera ahead.
When you kick a hornet's nest, surely one of them is bound to be a bit bigger than the rest.
And fleshy with tentacles? Deborah, have you seen a hornet recently?
Occasionally, well, out it goes.
Damn it! Of course, they would spawn right on me. No! My grenade hit you. Rip. Oh man. Sure. Hold on, let me. Oh shit.
Guardian down.
Bow. All right, let me switch it over.
Hello? Hello? So, yeah, what's up again? Other way around, other way around. Other way around. No, no makes you say I'm good. you got that, bruh. I'd rather just not. I'd rather go my whole Destiny crew without doing a raid than do LMG with randos. Hell no.
Oh my god, that is so damn.
That was okay. Fuck. Alright. Oh my god. No, that's not how this works. I'm not ready. I'm not raid ready. Not yet. Okay. You have a lot of confidence about people, huh? Okay.
And that's the last of them. Guardian, you have my thanks. Especially for continuing to keep the
Yeah, I have to
UBC
think
safe
about
amongst
everything I'm
all the
doing over
hubbub
here,
going
so
on so
good for
far from
you.
home.
Home is where the taken are, eh?
And I didn't have anti-barrier. Oh god. That's a bad day to be alive, really. Oh, we're both green. That's what I'm talking about. What? No, you mean you're model. Wait, I mean what? No, I'm modeling after you. No. Oh, bro, yo, you're low key, you're low key baiting people. I thought you were like running Strand Warlock and he's on Void. The deception. The jump puzzle. Oh, hold on, let me switch. Let me switch to Hunter. Hold on, okay. Wait. Great. And that's what I'm playing. That's why I don't play Warlock. I don't play no Warlock. I'm never playing no Warlock, bro. The stackening. I don't know what that is. Oh. Listen. I was just running I was running a lightning crystal trade off with just arc tie-in. It was just insane. So you are the goat. Right, right, right. I agree. I agree. Me? You're the one. Me? Hell no. I don't have. I don't even have a PvP build. Oh my lord. This is PvE. No, 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 no. You're getting it confused. In PvE. I'm getting rage baited, everybody. What? Alright. 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 We're getting a little carried away here. What does it well you know exactly what? Okay, now we're pulling random bullshit. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you. We help each other out. Trust. What? Yes. That's exactly how that worked. Okay. What? No. I'm not even that good at the game. Alright. So now we're lying. What's this?
You arrive. Good.
Gladys.
Yes.
Oh.
We have
Courtney.
only a brief window of opportunity.
Am I low-key bringing in a sword?
The darkness
Okay.
is thick here, coalesced inside this effigy of Emperor Callus. It is tethered to his very mind. I have snared that thread,
Alright,
caught it
I'm
between
low-key.
my
I'm like
fingers
moving
and
as if I know
woven
this.
it into
Goddamn.
a tapestry.
I'm just follow you, bro.
One that I
Lead
can
the
weave
way.
you into. Enter Callus's consciousness. Use this opportunity to steal his darkest secrets from him.
How
Now
many
go.
encounters are there?
Time is of the essence. Be with you from afar. What you feel may seem like reality,
I mean,
but
I would
it is
assume
not the one you
this
know.
dungeon isn't too hard since it's
Your
like
mind
old, right?
now stretches across a vast gulf.
Okay.
recollection of a time since past.
My bell of conquest is so grand, because I have lived a grand life. One day, my daughter, yours will be just as majestic.
You are experiencing echoes of Callus's personal torment.
Oh, this is
Glimpses
Callus?
into his past which may provide insight to the future. I must focus to maintain your connection to this mindscape. From here, you must navigate these memories on your own.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You're telling me about talking to me about raids like as if I don't know shit about. Oh. You didn't hear anything. I'm sorry. I'll be there quick. Hold on. I'll be right there. I hope. Wait. Hello. Dude, this guy is deep. I'm using an SMG from afar. This is a good idea. Alright, hold on. I can't. Alright, there we go. Yeah, well. Alright, sick. Wait. So, I thought you said we have to be like near, you know? Or is that like something in this world? Ah. Okay, back. So what is the? So what changes? Like in this world, like what changes? What's the difference? Got it. like a boss, or is it like just
Take
puzzles?
my head from my shoulders. I am as you made me, and I won't kill you were it my choice. But it is not. Countless stain my blade. Remember that.
But like lore. Oh, I just
You
fight like
were
lore.
bred to be a sorrow bearer. I seek a hive commander, but those are not so
So
readily
I should
available.
not, or should you?
So I made you.
There's a boss then, right? There's a boss. Okay, okay. I'm just asking because some encounters are just not even bosses; they're just like puzzle or whatever. I'm gonna just use a fusion with particle reconstruction or whatever it's called. Have it. You stream on YouTube too? You didn't finish it? I thought you did. Oh, okay. I swear I thought you finished it. Okay, I hope I understood all of that. fell. I'm already on the other side or whatever. Oh, okay, okay. Can I kill all of them? I'm coming. I swear I'm coming. Sick. I got a. Oh my god! I got a class item. Class armor. I mean. Oh, bro, this is a trash set bonus, bro. Oh my god. Oh yeah, better than this. Taking damage increases when you store a weapon. Store health. I mean, that's low key. I don't know. Doesn't seem that good. Yeah, I guess. I feel like the two piece is good, like if you're running a heal clip weapon, because you want to reload a lot, you know. I don't know about that four piece. That sounds very. The four piece is very niche. It's pretty much just like an on-demand like heal clip for a one time. Like I just swap or whatever. Oh, funny. You know it's funny. I had a scatter signal. I didn't even use it once. Did not use it once.
There was a time I would have gladly laid in death beside you, here in these crypts. But we were both different then.
This is so cute. I'm so dead.
Guardian down.
Yo, 40 seconds. What an abysmal respawn time. Get back. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm not gonna lie. I if I would have known, I would not be using an SMG. Hold on, bro. I'm just using like a random ass scout. Yo, where's my time of Mayfair at, by the way? Oh man, is it on my hunter? Oh, it is. Yeah, I think I was looking at the web. I think the SMG is like the only thing that's good here, right? It's like void, right? I'm not going crazy. Yeah. goat. Oh, it's all right. Yeah, no, thank you for showing me the fast way. No, 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 you're no.
No one of honor will be interred here. The dead are raw materials and nothing more.
And then, see, this is why you're the goat. I overshot. Oh wait, hold on. I should be fine. Okay, we're good. 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 Not even close. Not even close.
Shadows were cast here. History made.
Nice one. I'm a very good player, by the way. I'm a great player. Guess what I got? Guess what I got? Guess what I got? No, I got another class armor, bro. Oh my god. Oh my lord. And it's a terrible armor set, bro. Niggas. Lord. Uh. Okay. Um. So, so there's no boss, right? So I'm good with a sword. Okay. Okay. This one right here. Please axe. Saying this ball right here. This one. But like, do I shoot it like from like where the symbol? Oh. Oh, I see. I see. I see. For the Colossus. flow state? It's like, are you in the flow state that you forgot? Did I get in there? Oh, Take a shot. There. Sick. Now I got arms. Can I get a weapon, please? I'm sick of this armor, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm crashing out. 3, 2, 1. Unbelievable. Devious work, really. I get an armor every single time, and 2 of them have been class armors, bro. Are we serious? Oh my god. You got another chest piece. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over. I'm retiring. Oh my lord. This is insanity. Oh my god. And not only is it an armor piece, it's an armor piece with health stat. Yep. Wrap it up, bro. My mine's on Paragon. It's good. No, I got tertiary, unfortunately. My fault. Unintentional. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Let's calm it down. Any chance he gets, huh? Unbelievable. Eh,
There, in that gravity shadow, I was
3, 2, 1
truly
armor.
seen. There,
Oh my god, I got another class armor. There's no shot.
closing of the circle.
No. This is not real, brother. No. How have I got 3 class armors? This is no way.
I'll be the last.
Oh my god.
It is my right. I am the herald. I am the end.
that correct? Says you got crafted. So explain to me this. Talk about some. I'm a single player. I do everything by myself, and you have a deep sight from a raid. Oh my lucky. Haran. And you kept ahead and you did a tell him, right? Right. Oh. Oh my god. That's actually the one exotic I want too. It's a pretty cool one, but unfortunately. That's not a sweat one. No, I can't with this guy, man.
She is more beautiful than any star I have ever beheld. I name her Kaito, for the brightest star in our sky. May she outshine it always. My daughter, my star,
Oh, my fault. I did not know that's not even count.
my betrayer.
I thought there would be like, I thought there would be a banner or something. Nope. Oh my lord. Okay. Okay, that's my fault. I kind of messed up. I was gonna start the line real fast. I got you. I'm gonna shoot it, okay? I got it. moon. It's kind of weird. Before Prismatic, was Strand Titan just the meta? For, if you're running Titan, I'd assume. Sick. Really? I can imagine. I know Strand and Solar Titan, I assume, were the best ones. I think Arc Titan only really became good because of Storm Keeps, I'd assume. I think before then, I don't think it was that meta.
Maybe.
Huh. That's weird. I want to go as far to say hate. Hate is a strong word. Alright. What does Kaido have to do with your desktop? He does? Hey, if you need ammo, there's a bunch on the ground, I hope. Salad. 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 What the hell is this salad, bro? Am I blind? Ah, I found it. I can't. Oh, never mind. Shooting bow. Okay. Damage? there's a buff as well. Chalice and axe. I'm on axe. Yeah, they're both on chalice. I'm shooting stuff. Where's the bell at? Oh. I'm blind. What is it that we have to shoot here? No, my buff right now. You're so lucky. You're so lucky. Oh, you're so lucky. That's my bad. I didn't get the buff the first time. I thought no, cause I thought the buff was like I had just to run into the bell, but I have to like be at the bell when it gets activated. Unfortunately. Now I know. It's Sun and Axe. I'm at Sun. Axe again. Oh, I know, you haven't deposited, right? Did you deposit already? Yeah, I got axe. Oh, it's this. Wow, okay. Okay. I got it. Oh, wait, you get leaps up from this?
And so, Callus's truth is laid bare.
Oh, I didn't know this
From
dungeon
his
had
rise
craftables.
to his fall, to whatever it is he is becoming now, Callus is seeking transfiguration. He believes it will help him better understand the goals of the witness, the final shape. This is something I have heard spoken in Hive Apocrypha, and from the lips of Tolan the Shattered. According to the Hive, the final shape is that which remains when all that can be removed has been removed. It is as vague a notion as it is fascinating. If this is the Witness's true endgame, we must strive to understand it. And in that understanding, perhaps we can prevent the second collapse.
Dude. Oh my. Bro, what is this? What is this thing's range and stability stat? Why is it so high? The new purpose, but like look, it's 8780. Like, oh wow, it's crazy. It's like insanely high stats. Besides, don't mind the handling, but the range and stability are insanely high. I mean, I did. And then I got Grave Robber with Pugilist. And then I got Purpose. It's not, his weapon looks really cool. Yeah, I wanted that SMG too. I got Storm Chaser. I just got odd damage perks. Vorpal, Honing, and PI. Metacritic. I wonder what else it gets. I'm about to search it up. Because that's what I like to do. Oh, it doesn't really. It gets Clown Cartridge. Dude, its entire right side column is just all damage perks. Every single perk is just damage. Every single one of them. It has 6 perks and it's just all damage. Yeah. Gear shift, firing line, aggregate charge, PI, honing, Vorpal. Vorpal's the worst one here though, for sure. Definitely do not want Vorpal. Supercharge mag. Oh, how do you get the exotic from this dungeon? Do you just RNG drop? Oh, okay. Where's duality located on? The moon, right? Uh, oh, titles. I was on triumphs. Oh, found it. Yeah. Oh wow. You know, I always thought like the shotgun duality came from duality. Right, right. Yeah, Ken, you said this thing didn't get a lot of PvE rolls, but this thing is just pure PvE rolls, the SMG. Yeah. It gets chaos reshaped now. Yep. You can get destabilizing chaos. Yep. You can get destabilizing chaos. They they made it mad weird. They made it like destabilizing is on the left like column and repulsor breeze is on the right. Yeah. It also uh gets attrition norms as well, rewind rounds. Yeah. It has dimensional shift, that new perk, rampage, desperate measures, demo. Those are really ambitious is I mean, that's whatever. Getting frenzy is also whatever. Adrenaline junkie is also whatever. Desperate measures is whatever. Yeah, no, it gets chaos. Yeah, it gets freaking chaos, bro. Giving every SMG chaos. What's up with that? I guess. Damn, bro, but it's like, oh wow. You want to keep running it? I'm down. Not really. That's what I'm saying. I don't mind not doing Warlord because I feel like Warlord is kind of crazy. So what I'm understanding is, right, you're just gonna like, redo duality, right? Right, Ken? Right, Ken? Right? You're gonna redo duality, right? Right? Ken? Ken? Why does this sound like you're being sarcastic? Yeah, he's lying to me, isn't he? How did... No. Oh no, it's over. Oh god. Oh. Okay.
Guardian, good running tactical for you again. This is where the Dark Ether Trail went cold. Oh, Petra's calling. I'll patch her into the feed. Petra, did you lose some scorn on Earth?
Not exactly. Riven tells us an Ahamkara claims territory in this region.
I've patrolled this range dozens of times. I'd have noticed a dragon.
They have a history of eluding you, but we'll get to the bottom of this.
You know what's so crazy? That when I started playing the game, like indebted kindness was like the meta, and I I never. Oh my god! Wait, why is that? I'm gonna be right back. Give me like 2 seconds. No. have returned. If you're here. Sup, sup, goat. Yeah, what's up? Dispel. What?
Okay.
10 times. T- 10 times for what? Okay, there we go. I fixed it. I fixed my audio. Why is it set to that? That's weird. So I guess I think all right, I fixed it. Well, I don't know why. I swear every time there's an OBS update, something changes. It's like they know. It's like he wants to be great. Don't let him. No. I can't be the GOAT. Not with this many. What am I? Who am I supposed to be? Astacross? Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think I'll get. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. If that happens, I'm not going. I'm not. It's not. It's not going to happen without the homies. I'll tell you that much. If I ever got to like an Astacross level, right? It's gonna be me and the homies. Yeah, if all the homies gonna be mods, we gonna be chilling. We gonna be doing dungeons and raids. That means you too. You gonna be doing dungeons and raids. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Nah. Matter of fact, let me see. You about to get modded today. Yeah. Yeah. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You're gonna be like, when did I get mods? Yeah, you'll never know. You'll never know. You'll never know. I mean, do you? Do you really know? Do you really know? Is that really a tell? Maybe you said if you believe hard enough, and I believe that you believe, so we believe together. Exactly. If you believe, and I believe, we believe together. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. I don't know if I get to the Astacross level. You know, one may never know. I don't know. All right. So see if you could open this then. Yeah. NTE just updated? What the hell? Oh, that's right. The new character comes out. Gooners, baby. Gooners. Isn't that what the cool kids say? I thought that was what the cool kids say. They don't call each other guardians. They call them
Goonians. Right? Is that it? Yeah. Why y'all here in the snow? What do you got going on out here? What you doing? Why? What you out here freezing the? You out here out here freezing to death. Oh no 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 no! What's he got going on? Lawless frontier, lawless frontier. Oh snap! The boys are back in town. Damn, he's got to catch up. Damn, he's got to catch up. My boy is 396. God, dog. He in the lawless frontier. What? That light level's lawless. Speaking of lawless frontier, I need to do the story mode for what you call it? Renegades. With my Titan. Do you have that flying exotic? The little Twilight Garrison 2.0? No, you're good. See if you could open this. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Where you? See if you can open this. Okay, so it is tied to the quest for you. Okay, I can open these up for you. And then you. Well, you're about to get an achievement. Alright, so you'll get lower pieces. I'll see if I can get all the bones. Alright, so pay attention to this. This here is what the mechanic is only. You're gonna go in there, you're gonna fight, and he's gonna teleport you into this lovely thing. And you see these nice little spikes? He's gonna trap you in there, and once you get to the top, ching! That's what's gonna happen. So he'll trap you in there, and what's gonna happen is there's gonna be 3 little blights that's gonna spawn outside of the cage, and you have to quickly shoot them. So there's you remember this one? Yep, this is exactly it. I don't even know if which one do I want to use. I'm going to use Edge Transit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use Edge Transit. Edge Transit. That's what I'm gonna use. I mean, honestly, that's what I did when I did my solo. I used Scatter Signal, a primary, and Edge Transit because I was trying to use Caraxis, and I didn't have Caraxis at the time. Actually, let me check to see how. Let me use Caraxis this time. See how this works out. I don't even do. I guess heavy. I can put on special ammo, scout. Yeah, I can do it. There is going to be a lot of ads. All right. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm telling yeah. This is like the easiest one to farm. Hoo-yah! The Apex did. Oh, the Apex DLC update is 120. Oh. All right, he's gonna get ready to pull us. Now we're gonna get pulled into the things. Look around. Shoot your blights. There's 3. I got the last one for you. And then we stand in this right here. And we do damage. Oh, that's it. Whew. I didn't even do mine properly. I was like, I popped my super early because I was about to die. Yeah, so there's going to be a little timer. So what's supposed to happen is he was supposed to spawn these totems right here, and you're supposed to stand in them to I got you. So we stand into these totems, and they'll pop. And you see how it says imminent wish? That's how you know damage is about to start. And then boom, damage starts. We got 2 seconds. I know. It's pretty fast. Yeah, it's pretty fast to get to the damage phases in this dungeon. It requires a little bit of setup on some things, but it's pretty fast to get to get to damage. And then boom. Now this next part, we'll get the loot, but we'll be in jail. So we gotta. There's a little bit. So now we're both. So now we're in jail. Our loot's over here. So you'll look around your cell, and you'll see a body on the ground that has 2 streaks. So the rule of thumb is, like, I have a skeleton right here next to me. The body, the arm that's touching it is the right arm. So there's 6 switches. So it basically is going to be 2 right and 4 left. So you'll see a little switch above here, like a circle, and you'll shoot it. So you'll shoot it once and it moves to the left. And then you shoot it a second time and it stops it. And then you shoot it the third time, it rotates it to the other side. So we need 2 of them to spin right. So I'll get 2 right. So I have 2 right going. And then we need to shoot the other ones and go left. So for you, since you have that room, so for you, since you're in that cell, look up, and there should be a hole in the ceiling that you can jump through. Yes. So how many do you have? So you have 2 left. There's 3. Yeah. And that should be the last one. And then from where you're at, there should be a lever over here. And you'll shoot that. And if it's done correctly, it'll let us out. Yeah, it's like a lever right here on the wall. I can't shoot. Yeah. I got it. Yeah, so I'll show you. It's right here. It'll glow up, and you gotta shoot it, and then oh, I got you. So yeah, like where is it? Right here. So you'll see a body, and it'll have the 2 streaks. So whatever arm is touching it is the direction that they have to go in. So for this one, there will all be 6 of these. So if there's two right, then that means the other ones are gonna have to be left. And then you just collect your loot. You just shoot all of them. But if it'll, like, when you're solo, it'll let you have access to all of the other cells. Like, you'll jump up to the top of them and you'll run around. And then there's multiple people, then it limits you. And then you get your loot. Your loot. What is this one? So hitting enemies with melee attacks or sword attacks grants a stack of initiative bonus, giving bonus to handling and reload. What's with everything giving us bonus handling and reload? While you have initiated, using your class ability, increase a stationary healing aura. Healing aura. The aura increases based on the number of stacks of initiative. So this would be good for, like, literally a Titan build. Literally a Synthoceps build. Or a very good melee build, like a very good sword build. Oh, maybe you could use it. With Ergo Song. keep it just in case. Oh, because they took away your. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yep. Titan. You could probably do it with Titan as well because of how the what was it? They have yeah, they have combination blow too. With the with T Crash. The arc melee for Titans. Was it knockout? I think it might be knockout. Yeah, it might be knockout. Yep, yep. You could do that with knockout. I think the only ones that it really wouldn't. Yeah, I could do. You could probably do one a necrotic build, but I don't want it. That does. Wow. Nah. The only thing I can, the only one I can see that working with is courage stains, but that gives you healing on top of you already healing. So unless you just want a full restoration build, you could just double up with the melee and courage stains for warlock, which is what I actually used to clear this dungeon. Good God, because it took forever. This dungeon was the bane of my existence. I thought duality, but this one, good Lord, because it was just because no, I mean like no, it's easier now because there's not as many bugs. Like there would be chances where you would ring the bell and be sitting in it, and it would kill you, or if you would ring the bell at Kaido, it would kill you as well, and it was just bad. Like that's actually what cost me on my solo flawless is that I rung the bell right before last stand, and then it kills me. All right, so this one you gotta be careful in this area. So it's gonna be a little bit of a maze, but there's also spikes on the wall. So I'm gonna go slowly so that way you know which way to go. So these guys will always spawn right here. These guys will spawn here. And there's a pit, so you jump over it because if not, you'll fall in and there's spikes. And then we look up, and then we go up. Now, this was the first one. You jump over this, because if not, spikes. All right, here's your next door. Now you can. Right, you need to make sure you either jump or slide, because it says it's right here. All right, so yeah, so you're gonna go through here. Oh, did someone die already? Oh, I heard the thing go off. So this one's got two. Get out of here, I'm teaching. All right, so you're gonna jump. And then you're gonna jump. And then you got the third one. I think this one's false. I want to say there was a secret chest back here.
Oh wait, run! I forgot. There there's a trap ones. I forgot about that. Oh man, I forgot. So you are the goat. See, the goat would have never fallen into a trap like that. So you're gonna jump over this, and then you're gonna run, and then there should have been. I can't remember if it was this one or not. No. So you can tell if it's a trap because if you get close to it, it starts to have that little blue gas leaking out of it. That's how you can tell it's a one that's a trap. And when you open it, yeah, and then when you open it, squeebs will jump out and try to kill you. So then we go back up again. Get out of here. It's okay, it gets me too. So then we run through here. And then this time, we're actually going to go down. I don't think there's anything around the corner. Oh, there's one. Correct. Nope, there was one. Yeah, boom. Right. Jump up. Yep. You just run through. You know, that would have been crazy if they actually did. But instead, they give you something a little bit different. Next mechanic. Yeah. So now you gotta, yeah, so you gotta carefully jump through the walls or jump on the cliffs because if not, they fall. So you gotta actually pay attention to it. Like this one. That one's a fake one. Oh no! Oh no! I'm not the goat! Can't be the goat with 46 seconds. All right, you're just gonna climb up there and make your way to the bridge. And once you make your way to the bridge, there's gonna be a nice little welcome party that's gonna come and say hi to us. Watch out when you go over there, because there's gonna be a nice little surprise. Ta-da! The final boss. Oh no, that's him. That's the final boss. All right, so now we're gonna run. So I'm trying to find you the next door. I think the next door is up here. Oh God.
That's a trap. So I think the next door for you, let me check before I drag you over here. Yep, it's over here. And then you come through here. I know it man, it I've done it so many times. It's like I try to. It's this one in duality that I remember the most. So now we go across this side. Oh, overshot. Remember me. Oh, watch out! Watch out! There you go. There you go. And then we just follow this little. Oh no! Then we just follow this little path. And we go up. I got you. And then we are here at the second encounter. The next one after this is gonna be a very unruly jump puzzle. Now, getting to damage is fairly easy with this one. To start the encounter, we shoot the blight. So what happens is the boss is gonna be a giant ogre, take an ogre, and he's gonna spawn right here. And what our goal is get these 4 little balls that we need to dunk into these furnace, which will to light them up. The last one we light up is where damage will start. And how it works is, like, if this one's the last one, we dunk it, damage will immediately start, and we start doing it. But you have to stay in this furnace area because there will be a blizzard that will come by and it will freeze you if you're not standing in it. So you can only do damage from this circle, and then you just rotate to the next furnace, and it'll automatically pop, and then you just keep doing damage until you get to the last 2, and then damage will stop. How damage starts is the ogre will spawn. There'll be taken eyes in the air. Once you destroy all the taken eyes, it will start the second part of the encounter, which a blizzard will come out of nowhere. And the only way you can really survive in the blizzard is by these little totems right here. And it'll say shelter from the storm. So because they're hot, it'll basically take away the cold stacks, because once you reach to number 9, you will slow down and freeze, and you'll blow up. Those, and then remember the boss that we fought in the beginning. So he will kind of spawn, and he will spawn. There will be one here, and then one on the opposite side, and then he will spawn and throw down his little totems. He'll throw down one, and then when you kill him, another one will spawn. So ideally, you want to not kill him until he spawns one, and then you shoot him until he's dead, and then you sit into the little totems until they pop. But also remember that you need to also come by here and stay warm. So you gotta just keep making sure you keep looking at that. Yeah, you gotta stand between them, and then they'll eventually pop. And then depending on how many you get, will bring those little furnace orbs. So we can do a max of 4 together, which will immediately be the damage phase. And then we just come back here, because the little orbs will spawn right here, and you just pick them up, take them to the furnace, and just bank them, and then that's it. And then for this damage phase, I am actually going to do a stun strat, because he likes to get a little too close to you, and it's not fun. So how you can stun this particular boss is using, and it's pretty much the only weapon that stuns him like this, is using the what's the damn thing called? The damn it, there it is. I see it now. Dragon's Breath. So you'll basically you shoot him with Dragon's Breath, and then he gets stun locks. Like he just won't go anywhere. You can just do damage. But I mean, it does a lot of damage too, though. You don't have to use Dragon's Breath. I'll use Dragon's Breath, and then you can just go crazy. Oh, you're gonna need something. You're gonna probably need something. I mean, you won't really be able to pop your strand unless he's like right up on the circle. So you'll probably need something that's gonna be able to like him. Like you can do hammers, behemoth. I actually haven't tried behemoth on this encounter. That actually might be an actual legit strategy. You can do axes, pyrogo works, but it's just like you can still use strand. It's just like your super, he would have to be like extremely close up to you for you to do damage, and he likes to like slowly walk towards you. That's the only thing. Now the last boss, if you want to use strand, he's gonna be floating in the air. You can do it. I just normally use T crash or um, axes because since it's floating, trying to hit him with the thing, it's doable, but it's just the auto locking kind of screws you from time to time. And then for that phase, you can use. You want to use strand? Use strand. Just DPS with your weapons. We don't have to worry about the super. There is Pyrogale Gauntlets. There's oh I got you. And then if you pull one, it's gonna have horrible stats. Yeah, it's gonna be terrible stats. Well, actually, yeah. Try Behemoth with Symphoceps. Oh, they. You still would have to wait till he gets up on them before you to pop your super. If he's close, because it really just depends on how far he is, because he's literally like when damage starts, he's gonna be right here, and he'll slowly move towards you. Like he's gonna try to get as close as he can and beam you. If he gets close enough into the circle, like right here, then you can pop your T crash. But you gotta pop it before the flame goes out, or just wait until the next one. So it just really just depends on how fast he actually gets close to you. And if I'm using Dragon's Breath, he might not get to you fast enough because he'll be stun locked. But remember, it's a dungeon, so you have as many phases as you can do. Actually, I'm gonna switch to this new purpose. I actually want to try this out. I want to try this out. That I'm using. I'll use this and stasis. Let's see how this goes. And then for this one, you're gonna either want a void, you wanna want a void and arc resistance. Since the boss does arc, but there's snipers that also do void, so you can kind of pick your poison on which one you want. Oh, these ones are going to be void, the void snipers. There's going to be two of them. Once as soon as we get ready, as soon as we do get done with the little blizzard that's going to pop up, then they'll spawn. There'll be like two on each side. So let me know which side you want. Right side is the easiest because there's a lot more cover. Left side is the hardest because there's no cover. Well, there's like this small little cover here, but it's still not as good as the other one. And then once the yellow bars, they're gonna spawn. The one over here, it's gonna spawn right here in this little area. Let me go grab some more food. I did. More leftovers. Gotta be fat. Nah, it's not gonna happen. My metabolism ain't gonna let me. Huh? You gotta work out to put the muscle on. Get swole. Yeah. Oh no. So if you want to gain weight, you gotta lift with like either your body weight or weights. So push-ups will help out. Squats. What else? Yeah, the diet will. I would say the diets will be it too. Me, what I do is I use mass gainers to put on the extra calories. Because like it's mainly because they normally come out with like a lot of calories, so it's like the one that I have is like 12,000 calories. Which is good. It's good for if you're consistent with it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. A lot of people they'll do it and then they're not consistent with me. Because when I first joined the army, I was 130 and then got all the way up to 192. Yeah, bro. I was I am now at like 180. 180. I'm telling you, man, you got it. The grind is real. The grind is real. Man, I put myself to work because, like, I was like, dude, I was like, I got tired of being skinny, dude. Like, I would work out, but it was literally it was the eating too. Like, I would work out, but it was the eating. I didn't eat enough because my metabolism was so fast. And that's what was getting it. It was like I had a super fast metabolism, so regardless of how much I ate, my metabolism would burn through it. That's yeah. Yeah, I started eating 3 meals a day. Because like it's weird. They have I would have like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I would have like some type of salad or fruits added onto the meal, and then I used the mass gainers for the additional calories, and then that was actually how I managed to do it. And then with me working out, I ended up sustaining it. And then sometimes whenever I would drop down, it would probably drop down to like 160. Not 160, 170. I mean, it still is like if I don't eat, then yeah, it drops. But and I get very bad with eating sometimes. Sometimes I'm just like, oh, I'm stressed or I'm too tired, and I just skip meals. I have like 1 or 2 meals a day. No, yeah. Sometimes I'm just like, there was like for a long while I was on like a liquid diet, and I was like, dude, I, I can't keep living like this. I gotta eat something. Right, let's do this. Oh, dang, he took the hard side. Oh, snap. Because there's no cover over there. Ooh, hold on. Show me something with this weapon. Let me see. Oh. Alright, well, let me get rid of my champion, or not champion, the yellow bar. This yellow bar is at the bottom. I normally get rid of the minotaurs. And then I'm gonna grab some of these orbs. Get my feast of light up. Okay, times 4, times 5, and 6. Oh dang, he jumped on me. Alright. I'm ready. Starting it. Alright. It's about to storm. He should be spawning his. Alright. You can kill him. So it looks like we got 3. Alright. So we can do it one more time and get another. Oh, there they go. All right, now we can start it. I'm heading over there to you because we're gonna end up doing damage on your side. Yep. You can hear it when you hear the little pop sound. That sound, that's how you know you got it. All right, so now that's good. So you don't, it's not required, but what I normally do is I normally shoot out most of these. Oh, I always leave one up. I'll shoot them. All right, so you bring that over here, the orb. And then when you get over here, it will start the damage phase. Yep. Yep, and boom. All right, he's immune, so you hop to the next one. All right, then we go to the next one. And then we go to the last plate. All right, that's it. Yep. And then we just rinse and repeat, and then boom. But yeah, that's how you can stun lock them like that with. I don't know what I think it's just the explosions that cause it, but it works. Because a lot of times he'll try to get so close to you that he can push you off the map. Grab some of these orbs and what's it called? Orbs and ammo. Should be already at Feast of Light 6. Oh wait, no. Forgot. Oh, I don't even have my alt yet. What am I talking about? Yeah, with my class ability, I have Star Eaters and Necrotic. That was weird. They spawned, but it didn't start. It wasn't snowing. I got one. It's all good. All right, we got 2.
Spawn it. Spawn it. There it goes. Woo! I almost didn't make that one. All right, we got the last three, or the last two. Oh, I can apply necrotic while hitting them with that. That's interesting. All right, so we got one last one, and then we can pop it for DPS now. I'm heading over there now. Just let me know. Oh yeah, we got him. Oh, look at that, heavy. Boom. Very nice, very nice. You said what? What is that? Is that from the Witch Queen? Oh no. There's no. Oh my god. Tarnation. Oh man. I should have low key wiped just to see what the damage was. I want to see it. Ooh, this is actually pretty good. Oh yeah, I'm keeping this one. Oh my god, this is a PvP heaven. What? I don't even know I got this one, but this weapon. Let me see what I got. I did a kindness with beacon rounds, deconstruct, surrounded, and chain reaction. It's not bad, not bad. Chain. What did you get? Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold on, you got a good one. What did you? Yeah, you might have got the god roll. What are you talking about? Air trigger is actually really, yeah. Air trigger is actually really good on. You don't have, you got trickle charge though, so I mean, you should be okay because you got air trigger and then trickle charge. So you should be. Which one? Air trigger and trickle charge? Well, you got attrition orbs. Boom. Huge buff. Speaking of Astacross, he just put out a video for what you call it, 1K voices. I knew it. I knew he was gonna eventually do it.
Not on that one. All right, for the boss for this last one, you can use Anarchy, you can use Sniper, you can use Queen's Breakers. You got a couple of options. I might use Loki made me feel like I want to do Queen's Walk now. Just because I want the catalyst. Okay, boys, this is probably nasty right now. What did I use last time? I think I used Sleeper the last time I was here. I'm probably going to use that could be. I'm gonna use Euphony and Caraxes. And then I'm going to put on, because I'm still using the Necrotic, so I'm gonna put on Oversoul Edict. Actually, no, Word of Kroger. See, that way I have a void weapon. Alright. I'm gonna go through here and open up the chest for you, since we gotta figure out which one's the dud. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it really depends on how many totems you get, I should say. We'll be front and center. Like he'll be blasting void bolts at us. So that's gonna be fun. Alright, so we're gonna run around here. Go up here, and then one of these chests is gonna be the bad one. Alright. It's this one. Got the sword. This is Tireless Blade. Sword logic. You finally got it. Boom. I hate ZZZ. I hate every Caraxes that I had got was always danger zone on it, and I was like, dude, it was immediate. I had to immediately scrap it. I was like, dude, I did all of this to get danger zone, and I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. All right, so watch out because there's going to be the glowing squee, and he's going to jump across, and he's going to jump back across, and try to push you off. Ooh. So. Ta-da. All right, so you're gonna go through this little door right here for your next collectible. It's always random with this chest. It's cursed. Yeah. I'll still open it, but yeah. Oh no, I was just there's little things. There's little crystal things that your quest will make you pick them up to progress the quest. I don't think it's retroactive, but it's literally just gonna be for lore pieces and a random exotic piece. Word of Crowther. Now that's probably one raid I know it inside and out. I've done that one so many times. D1, D2. All right, watch out for this one. This one's gonna fall. that's, that's my fault. I should have told you sooner. Unsubscribe. Watch out because those rocks will definitely get you. Alright, so there was just a bunch of scorn right there. So another one of them is going to fall. I want to say it's one of those. But there's another collectible down there. What I'm going to do first. I might not make it. Oh! Oh! Oh, maybe it's not here. Maybe they moved it. Maybe I'm thinking about the Catalyst run. I might be thinking of the catalyst. There's collectibles for during the catalyst run. Not that. I'm trying to remember. There was another door. It might be on the other side. Here we're gonna go up, and we're gonna get jumped. And then I know this one had the catalyst portion of it. So the catalyst is for the weapon Buried Bloodline. And that one it's an exotic sidearm. It's a void exotic sidearm that gives you Devour. I'll equip it so you can see it. Oh, I put my weapon away. Alright, it's on. It's just a random drop. Yep, it is RNG. What? Why not? Hitting with the. Why not? Why not? It works. All that damage. I get used to the hatchling. Oh, I'm underneath. So it's. Oh, you probably hear the scorn. All right, so we're going to go down here. And then your next one is right here. You got that one? You got another one that's gonna fall. And Heffen's gonna pop up. Hold on, did they buff this? Let me check this back out. Devour activated.
I wonder if they upgraded Caraxes. Did they give new things? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Uh, are you able to come through? Oh, well, yeah. This is where that your exotic quest will take you, and it'll make you open up this. Like you'll approach it, and it does like a cinematic, or not cinematic, but what you call it, lore. Did it let you interact with it? Mm. That would be for this. Yeah, that's it'll get you. It'll get you the quest. Yeah, yeah. This one's gonna. This one. This one might. Do I want to use? I don't have good cataphract. I don't. I need a cataphract with. I'll try Dragon's Breath again. Do what? Yes, absolutely. Maybe I'll use Queensburgers actually. Want it. X slot. Let's try this. Stasis. I'll leave it like this. Alright, let's try this out. I don't know. This will be our first time running this. Well, I mean, I like testing out different damages or different weapons on bosses. Alright. This encounter, in order to start it, you shoot the orb in the middle. Heffin's going to spawn right here. It's going to be moving back and forth, trying to shoot you with void energy. Ads are going to spawn all around. Eventually, a bunch of eyes are going to spawn right here in the middle. Once you shoot all the eyes, the guys that drop the totems are going to spawn. And then you got to pretty much kill them and then sit in the totems to basically get the buff for the damage phase. Once the timer ends, damage phase starts. However, the new mechanic is going to be that the guys that I was talking about in the beginning, that you'll get cursed, they're going to run towards you and they're going to try to hit you. If they hit you, you get the curse. So you got to look up and make sure you don't have the debuff. It'll tell you if you got the debuff. It'll start counting down. So once you get rid of the debuff, keep avoiding them like the plague, because if they touch you again and the timer runs out, you die. And then damage will start once both timers have ended. You will probably group up right here or wherever's best for damage, because I'm running what's it called? Prismatic Song of Flame. So we'll do damage, and you're going to do as much damage as you possibly can in the first phase. There'll be like a little line where it shows you where we need to do damage. And then if we don't do damage, it'll just reset. It'll keep us in this area until we do enough damage. and then you'll just rinse and repeat until you get all the way up here. Which once you get all the way up there, these little floating rocks will be where you do the final damage phase. And then if you don't do enough damage to proc them to push them into last stand, we'll just rinse and repeat all the way from here and move all the way back up until it's last stand. And then last stand is pretty much gonna be damage up there where we started at. You'll see it. It's not as crazy, but Heffen does a lot of damage, so it's a lot of void damage. So eyes will spawn. There'll be a wish bearer. You gotta keep, and then there'll be these random blights that will spawn up in the middle around us. Shoot them so that way you won't be standing in a debuff pug or the taken puzzle. All right. All right, damage. All right. So that damage phase is going to be quick. I should have read Nova for that one. Actually, I'm going to do that now. Well, let's switch to Nova. Have more of a one and done super. Oh. Alrighty. Grab ammo. Oh no. But yeah, if you die, if you die during damage, it'll spawn you up on the next platform. Which once you jump on platform, damage starts. The hex, yeah, you punch the scorn, the one that gave you the curse. So there'll be two of them that will spawn, and they'll give you the curse. They'll be running after you. It'll count down. They'll say hex. Make sure you hit one that doesn't already have the curse on it. So now will be the final damage phase in the rotation, and then if we don't do enough damage, oh, it started. All right, now we move to the next side. All right, now we go to the last plate. Now, damage last stand. Oh, no. Nice. And that is it. That is Warlord's Ruin. But it worked. Wait, what is it? What? Oh, I was about to say, what is this doing here? Well, it's the bond. Got armor. I didn't even get a weapon on that one. Where is my weapon? Oh, yeah. Ooh, look at that. The goat did the damage. Look at that. Boy. Oh, snap. Oh, man. He did that damn. I told y'all. He the goat. What y'all talking about? He did it. I'm telling you, man. He did it. Y'all stop playing with him. Y'all stop playing with him. You were locked in. All right. What you want to run? We did the two. Oh, oh man. I can't even teach. I can't really teach your Sunder. Not really. Well, I can teach your Sunder. Oh dang, red face. He hates me. I knew it. I knew it. I'm jumping to the conclusion. The conclusion was already there. We knew what it was. I know. Go. Oh my god. That's a man. If you got work in 6 hours, you need to go get some rest. Well, to triumph over. What was the triumph? Stop sliding while collecting subverted ones. I mean, unless you gonna call off, I can't help you with that one. I can't. No, I can't tell. No, no, I know, I know. I took the day off. I'm not rubbing in. I should have, but I was like, dude, I was too tired. I was way too tired. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm I at this point I'm going through everything. I'm trying to preserve the destiny name. I'll be the last guardian standing. You trying to get the me? I don't know. I don't know. I want to. That works. That does work. Oh, you're talking about the deep side from the other craftable weapons. Oh, I forgot duality drops two types of weapons. Hold on. Let me see what those ones roll with now. I totally forgot about those. I know the duality weapons aren't craftable, but the other ones are. Yeah, fixed odds. Yeah, I have forgot about that one. Cartesian and fixed odds. Good lord, that that's a throwback. Shit. I want to say there was a third one. I know fixed odds is the solar. Oh wait, I got something in mind. Default. Maybe it's the stuff that I didn't pick up. Oh, it's duality stuff. Another storm chase. Clown cartridge, jolting feedback, light touch, elemental homing, gear shift, and vorpal weapon with liquid coils. That's what we'll go with. Hammer forge rounds. Key. so fixed odds rolls with. What did they add? Nothing. So they didn't add anything to fixed odds. Fusions. Oh, the Epicurean. Drops with the same things. So they didn't. Yeah, they didn't add anything to it. They didn't add any. They didn't even try to add nothing to it. Yep, they didn't even try to add anything. Yeah, I think the one that I have on mine is Incandescent and Feeding Frenzy. Oh, you can tier it. Tier it. It doesn't drop or anything. Hold on, let me see something. What happens if I tier this and then fixed odds? Let me see what you got. Just You said, what am I running on Whisper? I run. I got a tier 5 fixed odds now. Let me see. My Whisper has, if I can find it, I have Mulligan, box breathing. Yeah, Mulligan and box breathing. Yeah. That or these. Wait, no. This I don't think this was the right one. I think this was the first one that I had. No, I don't think this is the Whisper that I actually used. I think that was the first one that I had got. Hold on. That is not correct. No, I think that, yeah, that might be what I think I did use Mulligan. I guess I do. Interesting. Yeah, that was. I thought I had a different something else. Let me try to see what it. Interesting. That is interesting. I didn't think I had that on there. I mean, it's still a good weapon, but I don't remember the. I don't know why. I guess I just don't remember. Unless I had enlightening action on it. That feels like it. I feel like I had enlightening action on it. Honestly, I don't know. I don't. Why don't I remember these perks being so buns? I've never crouched with this. Yeah, you're not doing that. Yeah. It's, yeah, like I said, I don't remember these perks being so buns. I don't. Oh wait, they put bait and switch on. What? They put bait and switch on the Caraxes. Oh my god! Because because Hatchling that used to be the meta for it. I kid you not. You would debuff it, and then you would start shooting it, and then boom, that would be it. No, you would use it for damage because for some reason it would count as a precision strike or whatnot, and it would proc Hatchling. That's what it used to do. Yeah, that was a thing, but now that I see that it's got this on here, your boy is about to switch right now. Hmm? I'm checking right now. Yes, so you have Envious, and so you can have Envious and Bait and Switch, and it also comes with Chaos Reshaped now. Isn't Bait and Switch 35? Hmm. So then the God roll. Let me look at what the God roll would be now. Then, now that it has Bait and Switch and shake up things now. Damn. We shaking up the meta by giving things that just don't need to be broken. That's what I'm using is reconstruction. Reconstruction. I don't know if I want to do reconstruction. Chaos reshaped. Because normally you would go reconstruction bait and switch or envious bait and switch, but with it being stacked like this now, see, look at that. Light GG still has the God roll as reconstruction hatchling. I'm telling you, bro, it was a thing. Bro, I'm not bullshitting you, bro. It was. I'm telling you, it was the meta for a while. It was the meta. That thing was destroying bosses, bro. It was melting them. I don't even know how to feel about this. I would literally. And there's not enough people to have that have. Oh, I'm gonna have to test this out. Matter of fact, I'm about to go do a damage test. I am. I'm about to do it. I'm about to switch. I'm gonna put on chaos. Yeah, I was looking at it because I was trying to figure out. Oh, I'm out of glimmer. I was, bro. I was. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is what what is this? Dream God Pants. Lucky Pants. Delete this roll because that one's horrible. Oh no, I still have these ones. These are horrible ones. Alright. I'm going to go with reconstruction and chaos reshaped. I'm gonna try it. That's why I'm gonna try it out. Let me see something. Switch, and I'm gonna do a. Where is my equals reference. There it is. The final shape fusion? So to do this damage phase, let's see what we're gonna do with this. Tier 5 this. Trench barrel. Sludge. Reference. Crotus in. My favorite. For all the what? Oh yeah. Most of them are dungeon or raid weapons. That's where those two what you call weapons you just got from Duality. Wait, there's a couple because you got, let's see, Age Old Bond is from a raid. So you got raid. So let me see. Dungeon specific. Dungeon specific. I mean, they might be back. Speaking of, hold on. It might be back. Let me check it. God damn, yeah, it's back. They gave it Reaper's Tide. Because you got Reconstruction Bait and Switch still is a tier 5 with Reconstruction Bait and Switch. So unless you can craft Hesins. Yep. So you can craft it, so it really just depends. It really just depends. Let me. I'm going to do this. Try out this damage test. Switch to Void. Where do I want to do this at? Actually, I know. Dungeon. Warlord's Ruin. Why you? I don't think anybody would have thought Witch Queen stuff would have been back in the meta. That's why it's good. Mm-hmm. That's why I use them. Rapid fire what? Wow, I was about to say, like, what in the world? I heard 500, 600. I thought we were still on GLs. I was like, what in the world are you talking about? I thought I was about to say, that's like putting Rewind and Cascade on a GL. Oh. Alrighty, I'm about to test out this here GL right now. I'm already at the boss, so I'm about to try it out. Let's see how we do. Well, alrighty. We'll play again. We can run duality. Alrighty. Just let me know. No. Oh my god, that ammo. Damn it. Have I been streaming for a long time? Well, how long have we been streaming? Oh, we have been streaming for a long time. Did. I didn't even really think about it. It has been a long 11 hours. Let me try something. Where is... Because if I want to do a damage rotation... Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Not bad for one. I thought I had to short that one. Oh, he got close. I don't like how they reduced the look of the damage. So that one did that. Alright, so let's see something. Let's try this one now. Combines with bait and switch. Oh, I popped that way too early. I think bait and switch does a little bit more. Just an adaptive too. Okay, so I think adaptives do just a bit more. that's gonna be that. So just like that. Heavy. Let's try. I think I'm gonna go ahead and conclude it there since we've been at 11 hours. So I appreciate everybody that came out here and supported the stream and played. See you guys in the next one. Take care, be safe, and stay dangerous.